Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Welcome again to another Finding Gnosis show. We have already with us the wonderful regular here, Brother Marcus. How are you doing, sir?
Greetings. I'm all right. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I'm feeling good. Can't complain today. Must be grateful for feeling well, remember what it's like to feel bad sometimes, and be grateful that you're not there anymore. When you get like a cold or a flu, and in those moments you wish you were well, but just be thankful you're not feeling bad if you are feeling good, and if you are feeling bad today, I'm sorry to hear that. I do
That
hope
used to be one of my meditation
luck
practices,
changes.
a type of
Gratitude.
negative visualization. I think some of the Stoics did that. So they envision, like they take a moment to envision the worst case scenario, and then you bring your awareness back to the current state, and then you realize how helps your gratefulness.
Well, that's interesting. And you used to do that sometimes. You used to practice meditation. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's like a visualization, but yeah, like I said, 5-10 minutes when things were really, really bad in my life. Things could always be worse.
Yeah, yeah. And it kind of brings you back to being grounded in your own reality rather than, tapering off into your imagination and rumination unnecessarily.
Yep.
So, yeah, thanks for that. Sounds good. I'll have to give that a go sometime. I've never done that myself. But we have someone else here. Well, they've just tracking is in the back at backstage. Tracking, you'll have to give access to your microphone to get on, brother. You managed it before, so I'm sure you'll manage it again. Pamela, if you want to try again, Pamela was trying to get on, but she couldn't. But hopefully she might try again. It'd be nice to speak to Pamela. But we have brother tracking.
Sorry. Hello.
Wow.
Right. What an entrance.
Yeah, that's
That's
an
actually
entrance.
that's the best entrance there's ever been on this show. Congratulations. That would be hard to beat. I don't know how anyone would beat that. Only maybe burping or farting into the microphone. But congratulations, tracking. You're currently number one for amazing entrance. An amazing entrance into the show. But other than that, how are you doing?
Well, I don't know. I'm really bad at answering that question. I'm never sure what to say because half the time I'm not sure how I am doing. It's like I need some time to process that answer, that question before I come up with an answer. Anyway, I'll just say that I'm fine for now, in case I remember later. Sorry,
Interesting.
sorry, I'm like
No,
this.
that's fine. That's fine.
I'm
That's
really
what.
bad at small talk.
That's absolutely fine. Well, that's what this show is for, just exploring,
I don't.
the way.
Sorry,
Sorry, go ahead, Brother Marcus.
how do you define small talk? Because asking a person's being and how they are, I think, is a big talk. Because, well, If I care about a person, I want to know how they're doing.
Well, I suppose that's a question that would be quite pertinent and relevant if you're speaking to somebody who you haven't spoken to in a while, or if you know they're going through a rough time and you're checking up on them. But a lot of the time, I feel a question like that, how are you, or how are you doing, especially when you see each other often every week or every other day, and you're not expecting anything groundbreaking, like an answer you won't expect. Really, it's more of a prelude to what I call big talk. That's if we're making a distinction between small talk and big talk. We often use small talk as a sort of segue into big talk, and I'm kind of bad with that. But anyway, sorry for making things complicated. Yeah, I'm all right. That's just suffice it to say.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. But do you want to maybe go as deep as you want to in your analysis of what exactly "how are you" might mean?
Uh, oh well. I suppose
Danny struggled with this yesterday.
Yes,
it's
exactly. Yesterday, I was thrown down this assault course, this same assault course by Danny Shine when he questioned what I meant by asking him how he was. But I just, like to hear what you think it means, or what you think it could mean, or where you think we could go with that, and it might be an interesting conversation.
Um. Well, I don't. It's not that I have anything in principle against. If you have a friend and you want to know how they're doing, asking them how they are, especially if you know they're going through a rough time, I don't have anything against that. It's just my criticism more broadly is with the concept of small talk. And I've noticed I must have talked about this before when I was invited onto your show, but I have an issue with the fact that since an early age, we're indoctrinated, we're inculcated in these bizarre social rituals where we have to ask questions that often aren't really open. They can be quite open-ended, but we have a very specific answer that we're expecting to hear, and you're not allowed to deviate from the script. And yeah. I've definitely ranted about this before. Like this one time, it occurred to me I was working this dull service job for this restaurant a couple of years ago, and I felt like dying inside. I absolutely hated the job, and I just wanted to go home and sleep. But people kept asking, "How are you?" And I said, "Okay," unthinkingly, "Fine, how are you?" And it wasn't until then that it just occurred to me how bizarre that is, because I realized I couldn't give them the real answer. I couldn't say, "Oh, I feel absolutely dreadful. I hate this job and I hate my life. How are things for you?" Because if I did, then the conversation would have deviated from the script. They would have all manner of things could have happened. They could have raised a complaint about me with the manager. They could have they could have put me on suicide watch, or they could have changed the subject abruptly. But anyway, the fact of the matter is they're not actually interested in you when they ask questions like "how are you?" I suppose a lot of the time I'm not trying to insinuate anything about DNW. I know that he means well. I've been on his show multiple times. And it could just be this is my own interpretation of small talk, but I find a lot of the time small talk it's a form of it's a bizarre social ritual that we take part in unthinkingly without knowing what its purpose is, and it's increasingly unclear in my eyes what the purpose of it is, especially considering there's a huge difference.
Hmm.
There's a huge difference between Eastern European cultures where they don't really take part in any of that. There's none of this whole. I recall coming across this anecdote about this this guy who hired a Romanian builder to carry out building works, and he came up and asked him, "How are things?" And the guy turned around and said, "You don't need to ask me that. You can see." Anyway, you had something you want to interject with? DNW, you there?
You're muted if you're talking.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear if there are any Romanian people listening, and they could let us know about their cultural background in that sense. But
Oh yeah,
it may be tracking that he wasn't good at English, and he might have been talking about the job, as in he thought that the person was talking about the job he was doing, the construction job or the repair job. It might be that, because I'm sure Romanians aren't alien to the degree that people inquire there too about people's welfare and how they are. You don't think they do that in Romania?
Oh no, it's not that I don't think they do that in Romania. It's just that the circumstances would be different. It's just you wouldn't ask a question. This is my impression, and I stand to be corrected if there are any Romanians watching this or any Eastern Europeans who can let me know. No, sorry, you're wrong about this. It's just my initial impression is that Eastern Europeans don't really take part in this whole social ritual involving small talk. It's very much a Western European thing and an American thing.
You said you don't think it has any utility in it. I might suggest that utility could be gauging the person you're talking to see whether they're worth talking to, as in you can talk to them and see how they answer it, and it might exhibit that they have empathy, or B, that that they're not worth talking to, because it might be hazardous to talk to them. They might be put on a cold front. It might be just a little kind of invitation or a little bit of an investigation into whether it's worth talking further to this person,
Well,
in some instances.
why is my welfare considered small?
That's a very good point as well. That's a very good point.
I suppose that depends on what the intentions are of the person who asks that. Like, I would I had another experience actually that really made me stop in my tracks. I was walking down the road near this local village in Ripley, which was at the time a very short distance from where I lived. And there was a chap who I walked past who I actually used to be friends with at secondary school, and who I briefly worked alongside a couple of years before, but I hadn't actually spoken to him ever since. Anyway, without thinking, I made eye contact with him. I said, "Hey, Barry, how are you?" And he smiled at me briefly, and then I just kept on walking, and so did he. And I stopped for a moment and thought, why did I do that? If he had told me how he was, I wouldn't have stopped to ask or carry on the conversation. And I realized I wasn't actually interested in how he was doing. And I felt like I'd done something that was ingenuine, because he wasn't really, yes, he used to be a friend, but he wasn't really a part of my life anymore. And it was,
Okay,
I think it was
tracking.
around that point that I thought, why do I
Tracking.
do this?
Tracking. I learned about something recently called alexithymia, right? Which is a condition that some people have where they don't really put too much heed into their own emotions, as in they don't think about their emotions. Emotions are not something that guide their actions, as in intellectually at least. Would you say you are somebody who considers emotions in yourself and others, generally speaking?
Would I say that I consider emotions that I have?
Do you consider the emotions of yourself and others when interacting with people?
Yes, yeah. That's something I try to do a lot.
Okay.
It's quite confusing and difficult. I don't think I'm familiar with alexithymia. What is it? Is it a common trait?
Well, apparently, this gentleman told me 1 in 10 people have it. I'd never heard of it before. That sounds like a remarkably, well, it sounds like it's very frequent in the population, and the fact that I'd never heard of it before, I was shocked. But apparently, 50% of autistic people have it. They say 50 to 85%, depending on who you're talking to in terms of experts. But it is something to think about. Research it. But I'm not saying you have that, because, as you said, you do sometimes realize that you're sad. You realize that you're feeling happy, and you put value on those emotions. Do you when you're doing things?
I just try to be as authentic and as honest as I feel I'm allowed to be. I've got nothing against people who do small talk. I actually think it's a very helpful survival tool that we rely on, I think, to make connections, to keep up appearances. But I'm just not that good at it, and I struggle to keep up a lot of the time. But I try and make meaningful connections with people, and without intending offense. And so if it happens, if I'm bad at reading social cues, or if I don't say what I'm expected to say, or I say something I'm not expected to say, it's a thing that happens, but it's not for want of trying. Anyway, I hope I haven't derailed the conversation. You
No,
guys
you
have
haven't.
taken
As I
yourself in
said,
before I
we
arrived.
kind of meander this way and that on this show, whichever way we fancy, and I think that's interesting to talk about. So, Maxed Out American Zombie, welcome to the show. I hope you're doing good today. How do you feel about this question? How are you? What does it mean to you? What is the use? What is the utility of it in human relations? Can you relate to anything that Tracking was saying there? Would you like to give any opinion on small talk and its utility?
Sure, and thank you. I hope you're doing well today too.
Thank you.
I think that it's a type of zombie talk. Like if you're not genuinely interested in how a person's doing or willing to help them, if they actually open up and tell you, then why are you asking it? I think it's it's a conditioned response, and it really, I remember, it's funny that the guy says Romania, because I knew a girl from Hungary, which borders Romania. And she told me that one time back in the early 2000s. She said, why do Americans say, how are you? If somebody said, how are you to somebody in Hungary, they would ask, why do you want to know how I'm doing? Because the infection, the mental infection that the West hasn't really penetrated at that time a lot of the Eastern European countries, and a lot of countries on the whole that are not as infected, I say, as us, that being western part of Asia, Canada, United States, possibly, Australia. Because when you ask that, really, you don't care how the person's doing, because if the person tells you that they needed something, you wouldn't be able to do it.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very type of zombie talk. I said, when that girl told me that, she asked me, she goes, why do Americans do that? I said, because Americans talk a lot of shit. I said, we say stuff. Yeah. And a lot of people that when I went to Europe as well and over here are cooler with me, because they see I'm not the average American. I can open up and see that.
Max, do you not think it's something you say to people you've met a few times, you've built somewhat of a acquaintanceship with them, or a relationship with them? They're an acquaintance of yours, they're a work colleague, someone you've met a few times, and it's just manners, it's just part of getting to know each other, build trust, and maybe people do genuinely care, and maybe they would help. I think if somebody was having a bad time.
Even people we know, it's like, I think it's a preconditioned response, a response that's been put into us by the other zombies of society. That, I mean, language, like you guys know, I've really harp on language. It's very important to say what we mean in a correct manner. And this is why I've pointed out a lot of stuff with the evolution religion and, the atheist religion and stuff like that. Because when you word stuff, you're either wording it in a way that you know exactly what you mean, or you're wording it in a way where you don't know. Like when you say, how are you? It really is it's a conditioned response. I think a smarter or more honest response would be, what's happening? So what is going on? It still could be very close to how are you, but it's not as direct. And again, it keeps us in a state of stupidity, I think, because remember, small minds talk about what? People, right? Mediocre minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas. So when we talk to each other, we're conditioned to keep it in the two lower ones, and we all make the mistake of saying it. I say it to people that I
Retro says he himself is not shallow. He will stop and listen to someone's crisis, or make time for them to talk about it. So there
He
are
will help
people
them.
who
If that person is really in
he'd help them
need,
if he could, if he's able to help them.
we all could. We're not going to put ourselves in a dire position because we know we could help people.
Well, maybe we're not putting ourselves in a dire position by helping them. That's the thing. It might be something that you could manage.
It could, but how many times do people do that, honestly? When they say, how are you? Most people aren't even conditioned to really say how they really are, I think, from probably the amount of rejections.
Well, there is that. There is that as well. A lot of people will not answer honestly. And personally, I think that's something to do with being a man, because as a man, I don't know if it's a good idea to tell people how you are sometimes if you're feeling bad, because people will use it against you.
I don't think it's part of being a man. I think it's part of just being smart. So man or woman can be smart women are actually smarter in this because they know how to withhold information. Information is extremely important.
Yeah, but don't women lean on each other all the time emotionally and telling each other how they're doing and all that?
Sometimes, but I would say most of the time they do it, like it's not genuine. I mean, it's more gossipy.
Yeah, gossip is an interesting one because it's quite, in one way, it's quite nasty, but in another way, it's an inherent part of the human experience. I mean, it's what humans do to learn about socializing
I don't think so.
And to gauge. What do you think it is?
I think it's a degradation because we could talk with each other without gossiping. Gossiping does something to the person.
But it's very common, isn't it? I mean, it's extremely common.
I would say it's commonly conditioned. So it's
why
so
is that
common
then?
because people accept it and don't call it out, like how I'm calling it out right now to say, look, we need to change our behavior. But I know, why do you think, I call the channel American Zombie? Because people are just zombified. They don't even want to hear this. They want to fight to keep the infection alive in their mind. So when I speak to people, I'm not really even talking to them. I'm talking to the infection. It takes over a person's mind and masquerades as if it was them.
One thing about gossip is you never have the full story, so you shouldn't trust it completely. That's one thing I've realized in life.
You shouldn't even
listen to. You really shouldn't. Yeah, you really shouldn't engage in it. But if you do hear something, you're only hearing a little segment of a story, and try not to be too prejudicial about it.
You should shut it down right away. Like, listen, I don't want to.
Well, I mean, does that not depend on the context? I mean, if someone came to you and said, "Oh, so and so's a pedo," yeah, is that not an example?
Report it? So instead of gossip, it goes right away. Do you think I'm a police officer? Can I go to the detective? Now I know you could go to detective. So why are you telling me?
No. Say for example, you had your own children, and someone said that to you. Would you not listen to it?
If they said he is, I would entertain it and this is the hard thing, because we would say, okay, I want to know more. And this is where right now we could think and say, all right, is it something that directly affects me? So is it somebody in our workplace, something like this? The next thing it is.
Yeah, I suppose that's the difference, isn't it? Is it something that could directly affect you, or is it just some talk about someone's life?
Part of it. That's part of it. Because if it's just talk, it's to say, like, okay, one part, I'll give an example of how it's it could be like, okay, somebody look at Trump's and I'm not political. I already know every politician, you just can't trust them, right? So I'm that much aware that your vote does not mean jack squat in any country, anywhere. It just doesn't. They're not going to let you vote them out of office. That's just you're not thinking at that point. You're very, very conditioned. You're a strong cog in the machine. But if I mention that, okay, one of the advisors or one of the spiritual advisors in Trump's camp got caught for something that was underage, pedo type of stuff, it would be only presenting it to say, look, do you see how much you have your head up your ass over here telling me that this person is going to save us from something when you see prices high, when you see things around you, then you're getting these right now, boom, this guy got caught for this pedo shit. That's in the camp of that. So I'm not making a direct attack against the person. I'm trying to tell the person telling me that they support these politicians, that it's really probing them to see, all right, are you that much of an idiot to where I can't even continue a conversation with you, which is the majority of the public, anywhere, any country.
Right.
Right.
Politics. We'll go to
mean,
Brother
look,
Marcus. Brother Marcus, what do you think of this view that Maxed Out has about asking how you are in general? He sees it as an empty gesture. Probably, would you go as far to say it's rude or just unnecessary, Max?
No, I wouldn't say it's rude. I would say it's unnecessary, but it's also
Okay.
conditioned. Most people don't even know they're doing it. Like I myself will say it. And even when people say good morning, I would rather say good day. I'm not trying to mourn. Of course, when somebody, and this is the thing, when somebody says it sounds like doomerism, right? That's themselves reflecting onto me. So,
Right.
so when
Okay,
somebody,
well, we'll let Brother Marcus give his opinion then if he wants to.
What Divine is saying, if it's a responsibility, well, I guess you must have a pedo network that you network with other people every day about that. Because if it is your responsibility, that's what you would do. So I know when people will just say something, oh, it's everybody's duty. But okay, so what are you doing every day about that? You see, it's so only when it comes to you and you want to feel your ego gets petted and you say, oh, I did something. I listened. I did. No, if you're really about it, then you have a website or something. You see these guys that have Sean something who has these guys on that talk about it all the time. Those are the people. Now, like I said, I'm not saying you just shy away, tell a guy, no, I don't want to hear it. It's like, really? Are you going to report this? Or is it something you saw in the news? Or are you trying to have this conversation and tell me that this is all around us? It's like I said before, the people in the church and all of that stuff, they don't ever want to talk about that. It's always
okay. We'll move on. Sorry, America Zombie. Brother Marcus, are you there? Did you want to say something about how are you as a question? I mean, these guys have strong opinions on it, but how do you feel about it?
So my own personal take is I think there's a distinction between the authenticity of the question and the question itself. I think the question itself, when you're authentic about it and genuine about it, is a big topic because when you care about a person, I want to know how their being is, be it biopsychosocial factors that the very person is operating in the world. And I think that's a big question. But if it's coming from a place that the person's not genuine, then I could understand it being, kind of just not seen as important. But at the same time, like I think it's one of the most important questions to ask someone that you care about.
So it's like relational proximity, how close you are to this person, is it? Is that the kind of deciding factor, Max, and tracking? I mean, you surely ask your people, your nearest and dearest, how they are when you meet them.
Yes, I do, although I've since learned to be careful about who I ask that question to and in what context. I've got to the point now where I try and catch myself out where it feels like I'm trying to prolong a conversation and keep another person talking purely for the sake of talking, because that's essentially what I feel small talk is. It's talking for the sake of talking.
yes.
It's something that I've noticed my mother has drilled me into doing, and I think it's something that women do a lot. But and I would say this is probably one of the main differences between men and women. It's that when men talk to one another, we tend to be a lot more concise and direct. We give out information on a need-to-know basis, and we answer the question as best as possible. Whereas in the case of women, they tend to talk more for the sake of talking. And I think women are a lot better at navigating social complexities like small talk, and they use it as a kind of social radar to determine who they're already on good friendly terms with. And they don't tend to be as forthcoming and direct when giving out straight answers. And in a sense, maybe small talk is more useful for them. My only the bee in my bonnet comes from when we're forced to adopt these kinds of, to me, I consider them a little bit nonsensical these little rituals where we ask a person how they are, even when we're not really interested in hearing the answer, or even just these, I feel partly there have been a number of times growing up where I've been in a situation where I've desperately tried to get people to talk with me, and I've done that silly thing where I've said, "So lovely weather we're having," and it's backfired. And I still feel the scars from that, because whenever it happened, without exception, I just felt empty and exposed, like somebody who tried to force a conversation where it wouldn't happen. And I felt like each time I've been taught a lesson. So
Yeah.
that's another part of why I feel so strongly about this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, though, I don't disagree with what Brother Marcus said. The question itself, how are you, is an anodyne question, and it's a legitimate question that you can give a legitimate answer to. It's just that you should think more carefully about who you're presenting this question with, what your intention is, if indeed there is one, and why.
Exactly. It's like what I was saying about if you're genuine intent, and that's rare. If you how are you too much, it loses its meaning. It's like, what do you mean, how are you to everybody? For somebody that you really care about, yeah, how are you? And most of the time, you still won't be able to do nothing, but you can listen. That might help. And I think most people don't open up. It's like Tracking was saying that it's because of those traumas where you don't want to tell somebody. I think people that don't say how they are really understand on a deeper level that you cannot help them. You either cannot or you will not. So it makes no sense to tell you how I really am. So they'll just make something up, which also has a consequence on your subconscious when you have to lie. Lying has a
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was going to say it's exhausting to do this silly thing where you have to lie, pretend you're feeling something when you aren't, or to pretend you're not feeling something when you are, purely for the sake of convenience, so that that person will leave you alone and you can go about your day. It does come at a cost. It means you can't really express yourself authentically. You can't talk without, to some degree, moderating or self-censoring. And I think that's another, I don't know if that's probably the main bone of contention I have with small talk. It's that you have to play games with yourself, with your own feelings.
Alpha the First Stone reckons it's just small talk, and he says to you guys, if you're not in a talkative mood, say fine and move on. He says you're making too much of a big deal out of this.
Already he showed us he's a doomer, so who cares? I mean, that's the way I look at it. This guy already, came out of his face, said what he had to say, showed me who he was, so I believe him. When people show you who they are, believe them. And the fact that you call yourself alpha, again, we talked about that on a previous stream, all of that is ego. So the alpha, the first one, all of this. So that meant he probably was the last one in life. So he has to bravado this, like, oh, nobody's an alpha, man. You pay tax, right? So get in line with everybody else.
He says he's not a doomer.
And that means he is a doomer, because the first thing he tried to do was call somebody else it. If I'm expressing something and I'm explaining it well, for somebody to say that shows like, wow, just the name. All right, he's not out. Well, then why is your name Alpha the First One? Just like I called out the other guy who wants to be looked at as a man, but the name is Black Man. No, you want to be looked at as a black man. And I got to be smart enough to know that you're full of shit, either knowingly or unknowingly. Just like Alpha. He ain't Alpha, he's Beta. Should be Beta the second.
Well, Alpha the First One, if you want to come on here and give your side of matters, do come on here. Global Solidarity says, how's the weather question? I suppose this goes on to the next point. If you guys do not like this question, how are you in general, when we're walking around town talking to people as a kind of small talk, what do you suggest, guys? Because you guys have obviously gone deeply into this matter. How do you orient yourself conversationally then when you're out and about? What kind of questions do you feel comfortable with? What do you say to people when you meet them, just to break the ice, just to glaze things over and help things run along smoothly?
Really? What would you? It really reminds me of that saying, like Tracking was saying, it can traumatize you. And then you learn that you shouldn't be trying to make small talk with everybody. Why would you? That's not a smart move. You don't know who these people are, you know? And this is, again, another projection of ego. But when we look at this and we say, hey, you know what? That saying is true. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Not to say that you can't be a good person. It's to say, usually when you think that you're trying to help somebody, you're paving that road for both of you. So what's that other one? No good deed goes unpunished. Now, if you want to be a humanitarian and do this stuff, great. But when people aren't doing that humanitarian stuff and they tell people, well, you know, you should be. No, I shouldn't. One thing, that person, I shouldn't even be listening to them. You know, I had a couple minutes free. You guys, you know, we have sometimes good conversation. Figure, let me jump on because I'm going to be, you know, streaming later. So I said, let me jump on for a few minutes during lunch, say what's up to you guys. And the conversation is usually good. And I'm glad, I hope your show, you know, grows as well. But,
cheers, same to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
All right. Well, look, tracking, did you want to reply to Alpha there, considering he thinks you're overreacting?
I don't care.
I can't remember. Was he the one who asked the question about how's the weather?
No, that was global.
Oh, well, right, I see. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. If small talk is something that doesn't bother you, and you can get by your daily life by by giving out 1 or 2 word answers, even if they may or may not be true, when somebody asks you what may be a loaded question, and you have to sift through whatever's going through your mind. If you don't have to struggle with that, then that's fine. I got nothing against you. It's just I personally find it distasteful. And I'm trying to change. I'm trying to make a change in my life where I try and ask questions where I'm actually interested to know the answer, and I try to be more discerning.
So what do you do generally when you're meeting someone on the street? Like say for example, say if you bumped into someone again, like your old schoolmate, what would you say to him this time?
Okay, well, that's interesting actually. So I've replayed that interaction I had with him multiple times. I thought, what would I have done differently? Should I have stopped and asked him and maybe tried and indulge in a conversation here or there? I thought about it more and more, and you guys are probably going to think little of me of this, but I realized I don't actually care that much about him. And I hate to sound this. You guys might think I'm a bit self-centered, but the truth is we hadn't spoken in years. I had no reason to think that I'd bump into him again. Yes, there was a time when we were friends together. We used to laugh at these silly picture books when we would hang about in the library, but that was decades ago. And from what I hear, I think he's married and he has children now. Like, his life has gone off in such a different direction to mine. And I don't really, am I really going to treat him as though he's still a part of my life? Because the thing is, I have to be very careful about who I can consider a friend, because I have there's a lot of parts of myself that I tend to keep hidden from other people and that I don't want others to find out. Can I trust him to be one of those select few who I can rely on? If not, then is it really a good idea to carry on with this charade? Now, I realize this makes me sound antisocial. I realize this makes me sound like kind of a prick, but I've realized that it's better to think and act like this than it is to pretend to be someone you're not. And I've decided I'd rather stop pretending. And that is why I stop and think when somebody asks me how I am. That's why small talk annoys me a little bit. And respectfully, what was the name of the guy who asked that question again? Does someone remind me?
Alpha or global? I don't know which question you're referring to.
Respectfully, Alpha, you're certainly entitled to your opinion, and I don't wish to take that right away from anyone. You carry about your day with your blessing and participate in small talk, but I don't think I will from here on out.
Okay, fair enough. Alpha comes back and says, I think this is in relation to Max doubting his alphaism. And that is, he says he's the first person to graduate with a master's degree in his family. He says he's the first one in his family to become a commissioned officer in the U.S. Air Force. He says he's the first one to play 5 sports. He says he's 6'6", size 18 shoes, and he has 2 extra large hands. And he's also the first one to buy a home in Southern California by himself. He says he thinks he's pretty alpha. Most men cannot even look him in the eye due to him being 6'6", size 18 shoes. So let's review.
Those are good accomplishments, but to put it all on a list online to prove it to someone feels a bit weird.
Yeah.
So he says. So let's
you
review.
you think I have to go online and
say in
prove I'm an
response?
alpha to any of you guys? I mean, I'm not putting anybody down, but I don't have like, even if you're an alpha, most guys that I know that are successful, they don't have to prove it to people.
Why
So he's
feel the
doubling
need-
down on what he said earlier, guys. He's telling you guys just to say you're fine and move on and stop this
Why feel
overthinking.
the need to talk like that? You're inviting judgment and ridicule just by talking about it. Even if all of that is true, which part of me wonders if it is. Like, why feel the need to point it out?
Yeah,
insecurity. See, this
felt
is when
insecure.
you look into the psychology of it. You start to realize, like, wow, you can easily answer the questions that we might have without even having to ask them by saying, oh, somebody would say all of that because of the insecurity. The tender spot was the alpha. Now, the fact that he became a commissioned officer in the military shows that not only is he mistaken, but he's also has a, no disrespect, but stupidity infects everybody, and ignorance. And to say you're a commissioned officer, I was in the military. You must take commands from superior officers. That's what they will call themselves. So this so-called alpha was a beta, basically, and had to take orders from other officers. And that goes all the way up to the president, which we know that he takes orders from somebody behind the scenes as well. So as alpha as somebody may seem or may think they are, they're just beta with possibly strong alpha characteristics. Like I said before, and we know the whole alpha beta shit is bullshit. But
as they say on the streets over here, no matter how much of a hard cunt you think you are walking around, there's always some cunt harder than you going to teach you a lesson.
Exactly. And that's what this guy with the name, the bravado and all, and it's nothing against him personally. Once again, he's so wounded from, like I said, being...
he's coming back and says he thinks you're being a bit harsh there. He says, well, you asked why call yourself alpha, and he's saying that's why he called himself alpha.
No,
he's just
I didn't
relaying
say
facts.
Why call yourself alpha, right? In a direct thing like that. I said somebody that would have that name on there screams insecurity, screams that he... look at what happened when
he's laughing. He's LOL.
Great,
he's laughing
great.
at this.
Of course, the ignorance, ignorance is always shows itself as the jester or the joke or the clown, So when the clown laughs, he's a clown. What do you expect? So the fact that we just touched that sensitive area and he came out and gave us a life's profile, which is kind of hilarious. The fact that he put all of those statistics in there. That psychologically tells you more about him than he would ever reveal openly. He's never going to tell you he's an egotistical maniac. But if you
By the way, he's welcome to come on. I mean, he can come on here and talk if he wants to.
He better come on before I go back to lunch. So hopefully, well, if he's military, again, he could get up off his behind and hop on a stream for 10 minutes and we can have a conversation. He could come on my show, American Zombie Channel, either. I might be...
He's probably too alpha to come on this show. He probably wants to sit and talk smack from the comments section.
Yeah. And
tracking.
It's nothing against him, man. It's just to say we understand, like Frank Zappa said, the biggest problem in the world is mental illness when you look at it. It's coming from a place of mental illness. Not to say that everybody is free of that, but it's to say when we exhibit, when we talk about things, it tells you, like the stuff I'm saying tells you more about me if you can read in between the lines. And I'm not going to tell him. I'm letting him know this is how I feel about somebody that would come with that name, give a whole list of criteria of why he shouldn't, be beta or something like that. And it's, again, the clown.
Now he's saying go to lunch and calm down.
Great. The clown
But there you
again,
go.
laughing, right? LOL, LOL. The clown once again, and that's that. It's cool, man.
Jay says yes, for real, maxed out. We're all mentally fucked up inside.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, we all got that. And the thing is that can we see it in others? Because we're fighting a hard battle as it is. So to say, how are you? How's the weather? I mean, Traken said it himself. It created a traumatizing experience. And I've seen that with people that he also reiterated something that I spoke of too about why would you don't want to approach everybody and make small talk. You don't know these people. So gaining a relationship with somebody, an association or a social relationship should be taken very seriously. Even people you work with, you start to see that some people, one or two might be cool and the rest of them are not trustworthy. So this zombie machine
that's a very good point, and I think it's interesting to think about that. That's something we could go into next, really. We'll go to tracking then. Tracking, how do you gauge whether a person's worth your time, worth getting to know, or somebody of interest for you?
How do I gauge whether somebody's worth your time or talking with? I don't know if I have any hard and fast method. I think really it's a combination of your intuition and your personal experience. It's more just you have to be honest with yourself and you have to determine whether the other person is being honest. It's more like, can you rely on them to listen when you have something you want to say to them? And
how do you find that out if you've never met? Hold on a second. Here's the crux of the matter. You've never met them before. Okay, you're suddenly spending some time with them. So, is it not the case that you will have to apply some small talk initially just to break the ice to get talking with them? Like, what is the methodology here? Tracking. How are you going to get to know whether they're trustworthy, etc., etc.?
Where they're at, the environment that they're in should give you the first inclination if you want to speak to that person or not. And then that's also it has to do with you needing information if you need it. So an example, a guy standing on a street corner looks kind of shady. Maybe he's loitering. Maybe he's selling drugs. Maybe he's waiting for somebody to come by. Maybe he's, you don't know why he's there, but it's weird. It looks like he's loitering. Do you think that person is worth your time to make small talk with? Hey, how you doing? Now if you need directions, even directions, I might be like, nah, I'm not going to ask that guy. I don't need him to know
Retro says you're the self-appointed alpha here, trying to assert dominance like we share a prison blanket. And Alpha says once again, just say fine and move on. Seems like you've ruffled a few feathers here, brother.
Good. I'm glad. I mean, I put a community post up that said people start to get interesting when they rattle the bars on their cages. So now that these guys are rattling the bars on their cages, their mental cages, now they're starting to sound a little more interesting than just telling me they're 6'6", their shoe size and all of that. It's hilarious.
For somebody who used to be in the Navy and who claims to be a multimillionaire, you sure have a lot of time on your hands. It's like, why are you tuned into this stream? You have better things to do, or better things to do with your time, or better places to be?
Excuse me, I'm only joking.
Yeah. This is the stream to be at, bro.
Yeah. I'm sure there's loads of billionaires listening. Divine says it is up to us to hone the skills inside to figure out if people are worth our time to engage with them in the first place. So we all have our own particular methodology. She's saying
that makes a lot of sense.
Our own intuition.
Yeah, no.
Alpha's come back again. Small talk is small talk. If you do not want to talk, say fine and move on. You are overthinking.
It says the guy
again, he's tripling down. He's tripling down. Say that again, tracking.
You're talking about how none of us can leave this topic alone, and yet that's exactly what you're guilty of right now. Irony is not lost on some people. No, irony is lost on some people. What am I saying? What were we discussing before this? I've forgotten now. Oh yeah, we were talking about how we determine whether somebody's someone we should associate with, is whether they should be a part of our lives, whether they're worth our time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was saying
Okay.
environment. So the street corner, if you see somebody say that owns a business, you know, you might want to talk to him about maybe how he got started. If you're not thinking about opening a business, well, then it makes no sense to talk to him about that. You know, so it's like what somebody just said about getting to know yourself inside. That's very important. That's very, very important because, you know, if you lie to somebody, you might lose that person. They might not trust you again. So if you lie to a friend or associate, you lose them. But if you lie to yourself, you lose yourself. And
Yeah,
that's what a lot of these people don't realize. That and I've seen them.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. A lot of this small talk, a lot of these silly. This is what I feel is another problem I have with small talk. This idea that you have to pretend, yes, I'm fine, or pretend to be more interested in another person's life than you really are. It's an affectation. It's exhausting to keep up. I've already, yeah, no, that's another big problem I have. You're not just lying to other people, you're lying to yourself in a way that's shallow and insincere as
Yeah.
well.
So, what do you think, tracking? What would you say to perhaps answering the question honestly next time as an experiment? Would you be willing to do that, or do you think that's just going to ostracize you and make you an outcast?
Are you asking me hypothetically what I would have done or said?
No. I'm saying, what do you think? Would you be willing to start? You said you want to start telling the truth. So I'm saying to you,
Well,
if someone does ask you how you are in the future, you've got options. You can say that that's none of your business, or you can tell them how you are, even if you
that's
feel
the
it's
thing.
not
I
socially
could tell
acceptable to
them the
do that
truth.
to the degree that you're going to explain it.
I could tell them the truth, but that would probably get me into trouble. See, there are actually people. I think what people fail to understand is there's a kind of penalty to be incurred if you don't play along by the rules. If you don't give the expected or scripted answer when somebody asks you an anodyne question like "How are you?" it could come back on you. You'll find people treat you differently,
Yep.
and that's something to be considered. Does that mean, supposing I go off to my place of work and somebody who I don't particularly care about asks me how am I? Well, the correct thing to do would probably just be, as funnily enough, as Alpha said earlier, yeah, I'm fine, I'm okay, and then just end the conversation there or then. It's just it seems weird because what I've said seems to contradict what I said just a moment ago. But
Yeah.
it's, why is this such an important part of our routine? And is there going to be, are people gonna change this? Is there going to be a growth of people who want to change this kind of silly protocol? I don't know if I'd be the first one to take part in it, but I'd be interested to know if there was. Sorry,
No.
I feel like I'm rambling too much. I'd
No,
like someone
no.
else to take
It's
the floor.
interesting. I haven't really heard much. I've heard people say they don't really like small talk, but I haven't heard like movements against it. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys are the first.
Well, yeah, there
group
is.
of individuals.
I actually
there
wrote
is?
two books about it back
Wow.
in 2016. One was Spellcaster, How We Cast Spells by Sidney Prince. And that led me to write Secret Words about anagrams. And, they're hard books to find because you're right. Not many people talk about this. When I started, there was a few ladies and men out there that do have videos about it, and they're saying be more careful about what you say because, of course, spelling. It's like casting a spell, and that's what I put in Spellcaster. I talked about you spell the word, which is like a unit, right? And what allows you to spell the word? A letter. It lets you spell the word. So you use letters to spell a word. Now, this word has a power. Words have power. Words can command a person to do something because they psychologically hear it and they register that there's danger or something, like, quick, jump out of the way, a car's coming, without whatever. Or you can command them in another way. So it's really, when you think about what you say, like good morning, and that's what it started when I wrote the book, was that I don't think that's a good greeting, because it's morning. It's morning is for a funeral or a wake. And then what do people say? I wake in the morning, so they're basically mourning their own wake, kind of, and they go to their job, right? Which is the Hebrew word for persecution, right? A job. And during what? Not a strong day. They go during a weekday. A weekday. I got a call. Hold on.
No problem. Tracking. Have you ever put any thought into words and perhaps the double meaning of them? Any of this kind of weird occultism stuff that some people talk about, that we're somehow being conditioned to think in a certain way, feel in a certain way by the language that we're taught.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, what I was going to say, with the weekday, we get the weekend of the deal. And you look at these things in words, and it's like, okay, if you kept calling yourself stupid or ignorant, it has an effect on your subconscious, on your psyche. So when we keep casting these spells on each other, good morning, and what do you want it to?
Well, yeah.
Good morning.
SB says she used to feel like she was going insane when the same person who she would see consecutively 4 to 5 days a week would ask her how she was, how are you? And she says instead, she deals with all of this by saying good day, or greetings to people instead. I think that's actually, the Australians have it right then. So good day, mate, seems to be the way to go.
I think before the Australians, when I was studying it, that many Latin countries, many Germanic countries, Russian countries say good day. In Spanish, it's buenos dias, right? Good day. In Portuguese,
Guten Tag.
Good day. Bonjour.
Guten
right?
Tag. Isn't that good day as well? Or good
Guten
wishes?
Tag, but they also have Guten Morgen. But now we'd have to look into that and say, does Morgen, is that the same word that they use for morning?
Seems to be, English seems to be the unfortunate language with this.
It's the newspeak. It's the purposely dumbing down of a culture, and they spread that language around the world now, because anywhere you go on the planet, you're going to find somebody that speaks English. You might not find somebody that speaks French or Russian, but you will most likely find a person that speaks English. And this is,
by the way, guys, anybody listening, please come on. The link is in the chat if you want to come on and help the conversation flow more with new insights. That would be very good indeed. So do click on the link. JE, SB, Track, whoever else is there. Sorry, go ahead, Max.
Yeah. So this is why I wrote the book Spellcaster. It for one gave myself a manual, and people that wanted to think of a way out of this, to say, yeah, maybe I shouldn't use these words. Maybe I should choose other words, like I rise in the early, not the early part of the morning, the early part of the day. Because the morning thing, I mean, the morning spell, that's the first chapter I talk about, the morning spell. I said, this is ridiculous. Everybody, like the person said, how are you? The same person saying that. It's like it's casting a spell. It wears you down. It's like, what do you mean, how am I? You keep asking me how I am, and you damn well know you can't. You just, what are you trying to get information out of me? So it comes to a point where psychology to get out of that will be smarter, is to, when they say that, either come back with not fully sarcastic, but sometimes you got to play dumb to catch the sucker, or just say, like what somebody said in the chat, how are you? I'm out of bubble gum. So in other words, it's like saying, look, don't ask me no dumb shit. All right. And that can get across without telling the person, like I just said it, don't ask me some dumb shit. It's like, I'm out of bubble gum, man. How you want fries with that? Just totally irrelevant shit to say, look, if you're going to say something.
I'll be right back, guys.
And that's what it is. But I got to head back, man. It's 12:58. I'll try to jump back on in a little bit, man.
Okay, you off to have your lunch?
No, I was having lunch and I said, let me
Oh,
jump in. I'm about to head
oh,
back working. And yeah, I'm gonna do a stream probably tonight, but I like hopping on and talk. These guys, you went for like 12 something hours. I tried to get on, but
Yeah,
nobody.
yeah, it wasn't just me. There was someone else helping out. But yeah,
Yeah, so
because
I
I
jumped
left
back.
after like 4
Yeah, I
hours or
figured
something.
nobody
Yeah,
was there that pulled me on from backstage, So
that's it.
might
Okay,
be
mate. Well, listen, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of
yeah.
the day. We might chat later. Take
Okay.
care now.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
real. I just
Pamela says, good rising sounds boring, just slightly better than good morning. It's still boring. Yeah. So you were saying tracking?
Oh, I wanted to say, Max was talking earlier about his book, how words are often they can convey meaning in the way that spells can. And at first, I wasn't sure what to think, but the more and more I thought about it, I realized one of the big problems we have when using words to convey information and to communicate with other people is that words carry certain connotations which can change over time. And there's so many examples of this. It's just that the words you use may not always necessarily mean what you think they do uh, in certain situations. And if enough people use them to convey the same. Hold on, I need to move somewhere where nobody else is in the room with me because there's no privacy in this house. All right, so a word may have certain connotations or a certain meaning at some point. However, if enough people use it for a different purpose, then those connotations change over time. Now, if that sounds like a word salad I gave you, let me give you some very specific examples of how this happens. So, in the English language, we used to have two second person personal pronouns for what we use the word you when using a second person singular or plural, but we used to have another word, thou. And the difference between you and thou is that whenever we were talking to somebody who we were on an informal first name basis with, the
Ah,
casual form, we would say thou. And it's very
it's
common if
like
you
in
read
French. It's like in
Shakespearean.
French, tu and vous.
Yeah, exactly. And if you ever read Shakespeare in English, it's very common whenever you see characters who insult one another, they will always use the word thou, but they never
Thou,
use
yeah.
you because at the time in 17th century English, the difference between thou and you is that you it's not only the second person plural, it's not only the pluralizer when you what you'd say when you're talking to a group of people, but also it's what you'd use when addressing somebody out of respect or courtesy, somebody who ranks above you in terms of social status. So it's what a peasant might say to his lord, to the yeoman, or perhaps the king. But if he was speaking to another peasant, or if he was speaking to somebody who ranked above him, but he really wanted to knock him down a peg or two, he would say thou. But the funny thing is, though, centuries later, I think by the 19th century, thou and thee had become extinct. It wasn't common to read or hear about that word being used in literary fiction or in daily life.
Actually, do you know what? In Shakespeare, shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. I mean, that seems to be. He's obviously caring about this person. He obviously, I believe, was intimately connected to them. But yet he
Yes,
was
that's
using
right.
thee and thou.
Yes. But that's because thee and thou, they are. It's not that it's only used in the context of trying to insult another person. The thing about thee and thou is that it implies closeness. It implies familiarity. And it's what you would say to your mate or any of your family or close friends, but it would be massively inappropriate to say that to somebody who you're not on close or familiar good terms with.
So
And
you is the
that's
one that
why,
you would use when you're not on close terms. Is that what you're saying?
yes, you is what you
Oh, I
would
got you.
use
Yeah.
back in the 17th century. It's what you would use as a term of
It's interesting, isn't
courtesy
it?
or
And
respect.
do you think in the English language we're missing these little nuances? Like, the way they have masculine and feminine kind of ways of looking at things in other languages. We don't utilize that. Do you think we're perhaps missing something, and it's perhaps this is a problem for us that we're lacking these
I
little mechanisms?
I think we are, but getting back to what I was saying earlier about thee and thou, I feel that our language has kind of morphed into the complicated, ambiguous mess that it is now, is because one of the reasons for that is because out of what may have been a noble cause, perhaps I felt what may explain why thou has fallen out of use is because there was a massive drive or incentive for up and coming people to put on appearances and appear more refined and what's the phrase? Socially, entrenched in social etiquette. I think a lot of it has to do with social etiquette. It's about putting on appearances and appearing polite and respectable and reaching the ranks of the aristocracy. Except what we find in the present day, where thou has become extinct, we now only have one word that we use to speak to people who are in the second person pronoun, but the word can still be used disrespectfully. And there's no meaningful way of distinguishing between somebody who you know personally and somebody who you've only just met for the first time. But the conveyance of anger and disrespect can still be found in that word, even though hundreds of years ago it was not present. And this is what I was trying to argue, though I
But so it's also created an avenue for, it's also created a conduit for snideness to go under the radar, perhaps.
Exactly. Yes, snideness. The thing is that words don't have fixed connotations, snobbery or snideness. It's just that is something that gets added to them, but words on their own are neutral. And another example, another thing that I wanted to point out is, words like retard, mongoloid, spastic, these are all considered incredibly offensive nowadays. Even words like idiot and dimwit or nitwit. But if you go back hundreds of years ago to the 17 or 1800s, those used to be scientifically clinical neutral terms for people with mental disabilities, people who would be put in lunatic asylums. They would be called idiots or morons. And those words had a very specific meaning back then. And even the word retard, which, by the way, comes from the French retarder, meaning to delay. So somebody who was called a retard was intellectually delayed. That's what the word used to mean. And it used to be it pretty much in the same way. We now use the euphemism special to describe somebody who is mentally subclinical. But given how there have been so many words which have fallen out of use in the past, when it used to be the case that they used to have neutral connotations and they would never be used in insulting terms, I feel that what may happen decades from now is even the word special will be used as an insult to describe people.
Is that not just cultural? Is that not just the changes in culture? And maybe, again, you're reading too much into it. It's like the meaning just moves to other words, and it's nothing to get worked up about.
No, but this relates to what we were talking about earlier about semantics, about how the words we use don't always mean what they think we do. And again, it relates back to the discussion.
Is the meaning of a word not just the consensus of what it means?
Yes, but the consensus changes over time.
Exactly. So, no, I'm saying it. I agree with you. It does. But why are you harping back to previous meanings when the consensus is what matters? The consensus in the present moment.
Because if people don't use a word for its intended meaning, but they use it to convey something else, then over time that word's meaning will change, and the purpose of that word will also change. And I feel a lot of the time this is connected with small talk. I feel that small talk, the language that we use to take part in small talk may have it. There may be a time and place for it where it can be used for meaningful connections. But if people use it improperly, then it can become empty, shallow, and superficial, and in some cases, just pointless. So I promise everything I'm saying is connected with what you first asked me to talk about when I first joined on. It's about how words don't inherently have a static or fixed meaning, but the intention behind them can transform them into having meanings that they didn't originally have, which can in some cases make them redundant. And that is more or less my gripe with small talk.
Fair enough. And how does this affect you, tracking? Because obviously it seems to get you worked up internally. But in terms of building meaningful relations with others, how does this affect you as you're going about your life?
Because if you want to build meaningful connections with people, there are better ways of doing it than asking them questions where you don't really care to hear what the answer is. You could be more strategic, or you don't even need to break the ice with any questions like about the weather or how are they, especially if you've no reason to think that they're faring any better than they were the last time you spoke, which may have been a few days ago. You could, for instance, you could just forego small talk entirely. Like you could go up to somebody and say to them, and I need to think about this. You could just talk about whatever you wanted to, like video games. You wouldn't need to break the ice by asking them how were they, especially if you'd just seen them the previous. I know that that's a very specific example, but I think this would be a good way of fighting back against these silly rituals of small talk.
So
And
instead of asking a person how they're operating and being and feeling in the world, the alternative is talk about video games.
no, I gave a bad and clumsy example earlier. But what I meant was in the context of when you're speaking with somebody who you're on good friendly terms with already, so somebody you see every day,
Mhm.
and supposing in this case the last time you saw each other you were playing video games. It's just by the next day you don't need to do any of that small talk. You could just jump right in and ask them whatever you want to, or talk to them about whatever you feel like. It's I hope I've conveyed my point clearly. Obviously, not everyone feels the same way I do. You know that I noticed that. I realized that some people find small talk. Some for whatever reason, some people don't see a problem with it. Some people think it's
I
kind of
think video
necessary.
games. I think video games are small talk.
Well, I don't know. Well, you don't like video games, okay? But you
Well, no, I
must
play
have
video
friends
games,
or
but I think
people.
it's like, what reference do we have? So we're going on with some assumptions here. We are classifying certain subjects as small, and some as big. Like some people think that Max said about ideas is big, and then talking about like people is small. I would reject that type of framing. I can think that interpersonal relationships, emotional reciprocity, those are big, those are meaningful, those are things that I want to foster. And the big ideas can be so superficial as well. We could talk about numbers, we could talk about abstract ideas, but we never get to the heart of the matter. We never connect emotionally with another human. And again, it's just personal preferences. I'm not saying it's an either or. You can do it all, which is why I like to come here, because we tend to do it all here. But yeah.
Well, okay, video games was a bad example. I gave it because I was I wasn't really sure what I was talking about. Okay, all right. Okay, the reason why I said video games is because I have a cousin who's around my age, and we would play video games a lot. So, and we see each other on average once a week or once or twice a week. So often, whenever I hit him up on Discord, one of the first things we talk about is video games. And I'm saying there's really no need, especially since we see each other often. We don't really need to ask questions that kind of that are functionally redundant, like how are you, unless and I can't stress this enough, unless it turned out that he'd been involved in a serious accident and he was in the hospital. Then it would be appropriate to ask, how is he? You know, if something happens that really makes me concerned for his well-being, in such a case, then would I be compelled to ask how he was. It's just not. It's just in other cases, most of the time I don't really have any reason to think that he's doing anything, that he's faring anything other than faring well.
I like to hear someone affirm that they're doing well when I care about them. Just a personal preference.
Well, yeah, no, that's. I suppose people are different.
Like
You
if
must
someone's
have
going through a
people.
hard time, I want to hear it. When someone's going through a great time, I want to hear it too.
Yeah.
Because,
If someone's going through a hard time and you know they're going through a hard time, then yes, you would want to ask them if they were doing okay. I agree.
Have we exhausted this topic?
We probably
I think-
we may have exhausted this topic, but it's been a very good one actually. Do you want to go in, guys? I don't know if we have any thoughts on it, but you know, just how words sound. This is slightly different, but Max was talking about words being spells, and there's a few people in the comments who go along with that. But would you like to perhaps think off the cuff about how words sound, and how they're pronounced, and perhaps the effects they may have on us? I know it's a bit of a strange question, but is it something you guys have ever thought about? Because I first found myself thinking about it when I was thinking about nominative determinism. So how our names sound, so because it's a very important thing, your name, from your childhood, from your earliest years, you are called something. And there is, I believe, well, there's a lot of prejudice attached to names. There's lots of imagery conjured up, perhaps, in names, for better or worse, when someone says them. So that's when I first started thinking about it. Like some words are softer, some are harsher, some finish with a kind of abrupt ending, some kind of drag out a bit. But is it something you guys have thought about? I suppose we could talk about names. Are you happy with the names? You don't have to tell us the names, obviously, but are you happy with the names you were given as young uns? And is it something you think about? And do you think that people are affected by the names they are given, the sounds of them? And again, you could go into other words perhaps, and how their sounds relate to them. I think was it onomatopoeia? Was that what it was in poetry, when something sounded like the word? Was that the right descriptor? I remember when I was in school, we had poetry classes. Sometimes you'd write a word like splash, and it kind of, how it was said sounded a bit like what it was describing. I don't know if onomatopoeia was the right. I think it is actually onomatopoeia. But anyway, any thoughts on these things that I'm saying, guys? We'll start with tracking, and then Brother Marcus, if you want to say anything, please do.
I'm sorry. Do you think you could give a specific example of what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, look. Were you happy with the sound of your name? Do you think the sound of your name is something that conjures up respect, or do you feel that perhaps you would prefer to have been called something else? And is this something you've thought about ever? How there is this thing perhaps called nominative determinism, where the sound of the name that you're called, the sound of the actual word, conjures up thoughts and feelings in the people saying it, and these can be thoughts that either prejudice you, are prejudicial towards you, or help you in some way.
I don't really give much thought to my name. It's not like I chose it. There have been times growing up where I wish I had a different name, but then whichever name I would have chosen to have instead, I find that changes a lot of the time. So I've become sort of detached. I don't really care much about my name. Benjamin, by the way, for those of you who are interested. It's a name. I looked it up. It's the name of a Hebrew patriarch in the Old Testament of the Bible, although I haven't done a lot of research. I think it means in Old Hebrew, it means something like the right hand. Let me go on Google real quick and look up Benjamin name origin. Oh yes, son of the right hand in both Hebrew and Arabic. I mean, well, I'm right-handed. My dad was right-handed, so I suppose, yeah, that's it's not an inaccurate name. I've never really had any issues with it. Would I have asked for a different name? I don't really care, to be honest. Uh, what sort of feelings does the name convey when I hear it? Well, it's really hard for me to judge. I don't think anything comes up when I hear it. It's a
No,
common name.
I'm talking perhaps about not necessarily in you, but in others saying the word to you. How do they feel about it? But tracking, it is interesting how you don't put any personal importance on names in and of themselves. It's not something you're concerned with. It's not something you feel is important. You couldn't care less for your name one way or another.
Well, unless if I'm reading a book, like if I'm reading a work of fiction, then what you'll commonly find when reading fiction is that characters tend to have names for a very specific reason that tend to mean something, and that's something that I remembered when I was in my late teens. I went through this manic phase of reading Gothic literature, and I would get all technical and analytical about character names, and
SB says she finds some names, no matter their origin, in terms of country or ethnicity, or cultural background, they are sonically deplorable to listen to. Not necessarily Hebrew, Anglo, Japanese names, for example. So
What are
basically,
some
she's saying
examples?
some names she feels sound awful.
Like what?
And yeah, if you could give us a few of those names, please. No offense to anybody named those names; it's just her opinion. But yeah, I think there are probably names you wouldn't want to be called Benjamin, right?
names that I would want to be called. Well, I
Wouldn't,
guess it's
yeah,
a better.
would or wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I suppose. Yeah, there are some names that I there are some names. Thinking about it a little more, there are some names which were popular 70 or 80 odd years ago, but because they've fallen out of fashion ever since, you tend to associate these names with old people and not with very specifically with old people. I mean, there's so many
Like
examples. I think
Marjorie or
Barbara or
Barbara. Okay.
Ernest. Ernest.
Ernest.
It's you tend to notice that
Jeffrey.
what are people naming their children nowadays? Well, it's not names like Ernest, Barbara, or Wendeline or Dorothy. Those names are kind of old-fashioned now. I think some of the more popular names now are names like Josh, Oliver, uh, James.
Jack, I believe.
Yeah, Jack. And
Yeah.
funnily enough, I think Jack and James and Jake, they all stem from the Hebrew Jacobus. No, they all stem from Latin Jacobus, which is in turn from the Hebrew name Jacob. And all
Right.
those names are in fact the
But
same
you've just
name.
you just got into something else interesting about names. Is you know, as a child, it's good to feel like you belong to a group. Okay, and if you're an outsider, perhaps it can be problematic for you. Because as I said, people have prejudices, etc. And there is this thing where, psychologically speaking, it's good to feel like you're in a group. There's safety in a group. So back in when I was a kid, there was James and John, Steve, David. These were very common names, yeah, even Mark. And these names perhaps gave you, in the classroom, a collective of individuals with the same name as you, or in your school, in your year at school or whatever.
Yeah, I
There was always
remember there were.
somebody. But if there was someone called, I don't know, I'm going to make up a name. What name could we give that's very rare? Sebastian? No, that would have been rare in my classroom. There were Sebastians in
Tarquin.
my school. Sorry,
Tarquin.
Gertrude. We'll say Gertrude. I mean, if there was a Gertrude in the classroom, you'd be like, that poor Gertrude had like nothing to connect to in terms of a shared experience. So, in a shared nominal experience in terms of the nominative. Sorry. But as I said, if you were a David, there is kind of a self-assured confidence. Oh, I'm a David, you know. There's other Davids out there. I belong here, you know. But if you're a Gertrude, perhaps you felt like an outsider. Perhaps you felt like I'm unusual, you know. There's no other Gertrudes here, you know. And maybe that is perhaps psychologically damaging, perhaps, or it could go either way. I'm sure it might make you a stronger person, but I think it's an uphill battle, is it not? It's something to, maybe it is character strengthening, but there's a bit of work to do, right? If you're an outsider like that.
You're saying if somebody happens to have been born with a relatively uncommon or old-fashioned name, it's difficult for them to find social acceptance.
Well, it might be a bit harder for them. It might be a bit harder for them, is what I'm saying.
I suppose, although on the plus side, a name like that is harder to forget and easier to remember. I say this as somebody who really struggles with remembering names. I think on average, I have to ask a person's name 3 times before I remember it. So, yeah, I remember when I was in university, that was difficult for me. But it's never personal. Although a name like Gertrude on the plus side is probably easier to remember. I don't really give a lot of thought to this though, because I'm not a parent, so I've never been in a situation where I've needed to name children. Although, if I did have children, I'd probably give them Old English or Anglo-Saxon names, just as a matter of personal preference.
Okay, and why is that?
I don't know, because I consider myself English, and I'm a bit of an Anglophile, and also I just think that a lot of the names are really quite interesting, and I'd like to see more of them. Names like Edmund, Edward, Roger. I think Roger's an English name. Harold. Harold's becoming relatively uncommon. Or Athelwulf. Yeah, I don't think no one has ever been called Athelwulf, and he was one of the greatest English kings in history. Him and Alfred. I don't know if I'd actually name a child Athelwulf. I'd probably call him. His name would be Wolf for short, but then his full name would be spelled Aethelwulf. But it's easy for me to talk like this though before I've had a conversation with my wife or before I've actually given it some thought. But I think it'd be pretty interesting if somebody were to have a name like that.
Okay. All right, tracking. Tracking. Were you on the other day when we were? No, you weren't. What do you think of digital ID, by the way? Because I want to, pick your brains in relation to that. Like, what do you think of digital ID? And it's coming out over here.
It's something that
Brother Marcus wasn't
no
so
one
fussed with it.
asked
He didn't
for.
think it was a. Brother Marcus didn't think it was a very big deal yesterday. But you don't like it. Why is that?
Can I ask, Brother Marcus, where are you from? Are you American or Canadian?
Canadian.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know if, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe that the Canadian government's going to be implementing something like that right away. But the issue I have with digital ID is that it puts the state in a position where they can exert power over citizens in a way that wouldn't be possible otherwise, or where there'd be simply too many checks and balances to do in other cases. Like, for instance, it's interesting you tell me you're Canadian, Brother Marcus, because I remember years ago during the lockdown, there was a series of protests in Ottawa where all these truck drivers they were forced to take the vaccine. Now, I've given my thoughts on the vaccine, and I want to be careful with what I say because YouTube's very unforgiving for people who talk about the vaccine. But these truck drivers, they were all in a situation where they had to take the vaccine, otherwise they'd lose their jobs. And on a matter of personal principle, I don't think that kind of thing should be mandatory. I don't think it should be compulsory, especially since years since then we've learned it did next to nothing in order to stop the spread of the virus. But anyway, these guys decided they would stage a protest outside Justin Trudeau's outside the Parliament building in Ottawa, and as a result, I think a lot of these truck drivers who were associated with the protest, they had their bank accounts and their assets frozen. And that's the kind of thing that can happen if digital ID is passed. Now, whatever your personal opinion may or may not be on the truckers, whether you think they should have had the right to protest, if that's the kind of thing that can happen to these guys, it could happen to anyone. It's just what if the government can exert that level of tyranny over some sections of the public, who's to say they can't do it to others? Why does the government need to resort to of cracking down on your personal freedoms in order to get what it wants? Like, shouldn't this be consensual? Shouldn't the citizens agree with it first? Shouldn't the government lead by example, not through force? Like, what gives them the right to do that? And it's for this very reason that I don't agree with the whole concept of digital ID, because government should rule by consent, if it indeed it should rule at all. And more to the point, I just hate the government. I hate the government so much that how dare they? I wouldn't trust them. There's so many scandals and so many examples of corruption and incompetence that the government's been involved in. I wouldn't trust anyone in this government to manage my personal data. So they're the last persons I would want to have this guy. If the government needs data, about my place of birth, well, they already have that. I have a passport, I have a driver's license, I have a permanent address. They all need that. Why do they need all that information compiled in a single dossier with which they could do whatever they wanted at a moment's notice, including freeze my bank account or do other kinds of shady things? Anyway, those are my thoughts on digital ID.
Yeah, thanks for that. And do you think it's going to come in, tracking? Do you think it's inevitable?
Well, there's absolutely zero support for it. I have said this before. I don't know of a single person, personally anyway, I don't know of a single person who's actively in favor of digital ID. But the horrific thing about the way things are going in this country, I think they will try and roll it out anyway, because the Starmer government, they aren't in the least bit concerned about what people think about them. They are so unbelievably unpopular. Like, I remember only 3 or 4 months in, there was already a petition calling for a re-election that reached over 3 million signatures. That's how ridiculously unpopular our government is. It takes a special kind of talent to cause an outbreak of rioting all over the country when you've barely been in office for just 2 weeks. You're really in need of a reality check if you think that people are going to consent to stuff like this. But I think the government are passing this even though they know there's no consent for it, because this isn't about making this country safer. It's about the government trying to exert its will over the unwilling population with fewer checks and balances. It's about power. It's that we don't really live in a democracy anymore. We're transitioning into a police state, effectively. And I'm kind of ashamed to admit this. I hope I'm wrong, but I have an awful feeling they probably will get their way. I mean, they've already implemented the Online Safety Act, and nobody, I repeat, nobody asked for the Online Safety Act. So clearly, it's not as though the government is unaware that nobody likes what they're doing or no one supports them. Anybody else have any thoughts they'd like to give?
Well, Brother Marcus said yesterday he said you shouldn't be worried about it because it's not mandatory. How do you feel about that position? Because he says so. Go ahead.
Sorry, this idea that it's not mandatory. This is all part of their sell. You'll find that it is actually mandatory because Keir Starmer gave out a speech in his briefing where he was trying to endorse digital ID. he says you will only need digital ID if you want to have a job or if you want to own property. And realistically speaking, you could get away with not having digital ID if you're willing to forego having a job and if you're willing to forego having property, or I think have a bank account. But realistically, who is willing to do that? And
just to clarify, it wasn't. I didn't say that it wasn't mandatory. It is mandatory, but there are alternatives to the smartphone. That was all I was saying.
Yes, but even so, in this day and age, in order to network with people, in order to associate with the right people, and just to get by, a lot of the time you will find that it is more convenient and in some cases outright necessary to have a smartphone. And this is what I dislike about modernity. But the state of modernity is such that if you're looking for a job, or if you're trying to get around, some cases you can't even go into a restaurant without using a smartphone, because a lot of them don't have menus anymore. A lot of them require that you scan this QR code. And look, it's just modernity has encroached itself, and in almost all facets of modern life, I think you'll find for all practical intents and purposes, it is very difficult to get around in this day and age without use of a smartphone. And most people will not. You can certainly give it a try if you're willing to, but I'd be interested to see how easy that is. And I think the government knows, the Starmer administration, they know that most people realistically will find it too unreasonably difficult to go about their business without having a job and without having a smartphone. And for that reason, most people will comply with digital ID because the alternative is too much for them.
Sure, all that could be true. I was just saying that the UK government released an official statement that there will be alternatives if you don't have a smartphone. That's either true or false. I don't know. You guys live there.
Well, as a general rule of thumb, if the UK government said it, then it's false. You gotta sometimes you gotta read between the lines.
So then there is no digital ID because they announced it. There's no such thing.
I'm not sure I follow.
Well, you said if the government says proposition A is true, therefore it's false. That then the digital ID is not true because they said it, right?
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
No, I don't know it. That's why I'm pushing back. Just tell me what you meant, so that
you're saying that the UK government are promising that digital ID is not compulsory, but that is clearly.
I never said that. This is twice now. People said that I said that. Okay, you guys go.
He never said that. Then he already said that. He just said that there's other options other than a smartphone. Because I think we were saying smartphone was the smartphone version was mandatory yesterday, but then he said actually it's not about the smartphone. You can use other methods.
That was all I said.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that what he meant? Well, I like to.
Are you pro or against digital ID in general, Brother Marcus, and like a centralized digital ID system? Do you think it's a good or bad idea?
We already have what is it? Government IDs that buy our cards and stuff like that. I don't know the details of it. So,
would you like to relay the details tracking? He doesn't know the details tracking, so would you like to tell him what the details are in the UK?
But we have passports, we have government IDs, we have all this centralized.
We do.
Like that government freeze on the bank accounts. Bad, by the way. I disagree. Yeah, I agree with you. That was a bad thing. You don't have digital ID, so they were able to do that regardless of digital ID. Like I see it as the same shit, different day. They have our information. It sucks, but I don't see it different.
Why do you think it's such a problem? Them tracking, is it because it's centralized and it's a security problem?
Exactly. It is centralized, and that's the main problem that I have. And yes, it's true.
Can I just say before you go on, and you're probably gonna say this as well. I think one of the biggest problems at the moment is how it's coming into being at the same time as like the AI explosion. You know, having these two digital things that are both, I believe, problematic at the same time, and I believe obviously AI could be utilized harmfully. with this system as well. It could be used to hack into it. You know, it could be used to do things we can't imagine. So I think, given the current environment, global environment, where AI is coming to the fore, and we are moving more and more towards unbelievable advancements in that area, and with those great advancements come, you know, possible huge problems. I would say, in terms of ID, we should be decentralizing it and putting up boundaries to protect ourselves, not only from human beings who are nefarious in government, but also hackers and AI itself. That's one of my opinions. I don't know, Tracking, if you're in agreement.
Oh no, I am in agreement with this 100%. And one of the reasons, as if there were any shortage of reasons for why I oppose the digital ID, is partly because who is going to be in charge of maintaining this database of personal information? That kind of information is going to be managed by a private company. And as we saw, I think it was a month ago, back when the government rolled out the Online Safety Act, that was outsourced to a private company. And I think already there have been examples of that data being breached or leaked. And the UK
So,
government,
what kind of problems are you envisioning? What are the worst case scenarios here for either individuals or society as a whole? Tracking.
okay, well, even let's step aside the fact that the government may use it for nefarious purposes. They may use it to unfairly clamp down on dissident thought. They may use it to freeze the financial assets of people who find themselves on the wrong side of the government's uh, who don't exactly toe the party line. Let's pretend that doesn't happen. In other cases, if this data gets harvested and then it gets leaked, then who's going to get hold of that data? Scammers, people who could access your account using your password and your photo ID and your personal information. This you got to understand, I don't exactly hold the British government in high regard. They don't exactly have a good track record when it comes to keeping sensitive data private. They can't even manage our national borders, for Christ's sakes. And there is a huge problem with scamming, especially from countries like India. So if this data falls into the wrong hands, lots of people's personal data is going to be at risk. And speaking, by the way, as somebody who already fell victim to a scam, I think in May 2024, it's a really unpleasant and unsettling experience. And I only lost a few £100 back then. I would really not want to be in the shoes of somebody who loses more than that. And it just goes back to, what do we value as a people? If the government needs data for things like personal verification, then it already has that data. Why does it need more? Why does it need to compile in a single dossier where all of this data could be accessed theoretically in the case of a breach, if such a breach were to happen? And do we want to give the government more of an opportunity to exert control over our lives than it already does? I suppose the answer to this depends on whether you already support the government and its aims and motives or not. And lastly, another big problem I have is the fact that the government isn't being transparent about their motives or intentions. They're lying to us. I mean, if you go on gov.uk's website, one of the reasons they'll tell you they're trying to implement digital ID is to crack down on illegal immigration. And we know that that's simply not true, because the government could have, at any point in the past 2 decades, stopped illegal immigration. That they don't need digital ID, let alone of all the citizens who are living here, who are born and raised here. They could stop all that right now if they wanted to, but they're choosing not to. And that's why I don't trust them. I hope I answered your question. Sorry, when I go off on one like this, I tend to forget what I was asked. Oh yeah, you were asking me about what could happen if digital ID takes over. I hope I answered that. Sorry, I'm getting tired. You still there?
I'm still here.
I
Yeah.
think
DNW might be on mute if you're talking, or maybe he's doing something.
Sorry, I was listening. Now, I thought you spoke very well there. Very well. And it is worrying. But if anybody else wants to come on and talk about that, please do. You can talk about anything on this channel, so feel free to pop on and have your say. Tracking, you did say recently you started a new job as a carer. Have you had any more personal enlightenments about life given this new step into a new industry?
I'm really sorry. I don't think I've got the energy to talk anymore. Sorry, the stream's been going on for 2 hours and I'm exhausted. I hope you won't be cross with me if I stop talking now. I need to recharge. I'm not
That's
good
fine,
at
brother. That's fine. You've done very well. You've done very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I hope you guys are able to carry on an interesting conversation in my absence. And thanks for inviting me on as well. It's always a pleasure. Maybe
it's always great to
sometime
have you
next week. Yeah. It's good seeing you guys as well. Anyway, take care, everyone. Thanks for listening to my ramblings. You guys take care.
Take care, Tracking. Okay. Pamela, do you want to try come on again? Retro? Anybody? I'll give you a few minutes to come on. If not, we'll end the stream. Unless, Brother Marcus, you want to talk about something. If you're inspired to say anything, I don't mind keeping going.
I don't want to talk about it now, but one subject that I'd like to suggest for maybe a future thing is different views, given the diversity of the panel that you usually have, of what constitutes personhood status. Like what makes legally, philosophically, morally, ethically, like what is a person? What would be considered personhood status? Because legally, corporations could be persons. Some people say just being sentient makes you a person, and so I was just curious about what people thought about that.
Yeah, no, that would be a great topic. Then you have this new term in some countries of a non-human animal. Is that right?
Yeah, non-human persons. Yeah.
Non-human person, sorry. Dolphins and such. But yeah, a good question, says Jay. Jay, do you want to come on here? Retro, anybody else in there in the comments? SB, Pamela, whoever else is there.
And just to
if you
clarify,
want to elongate the show.
Just to clarify,
Sorry,
I don't support. Just to clarify, because I just want to. I don't support digital ID. I just think it's the same shit, different day. And all I was trying to do is clarify that, according to reports, there's an alternative to the smartphone. That was all. That was literally all that I was saying.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Pamela, you got to give authorization to your microphone to get on your browser. So if you click the 3 dots in the far right corner, you should be able to go down to settings and then give permission to your camera and microphone, and then you'll be able to get on, because at the moment it says you've gone, but hopefully she'll come on and try. SB says there's Tesla robots being released shortly. I'm not surprised. Do you want to come on and tell us about that, SB?
Oh, they weren't released already? I saw the show that musted, was it this year? I saw the types of robots. They creeped me out. But
yeah. Why did they creep you out? Just uncanny kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, the uncanny feeling.
It is unusual, isn't it? Because you can't help but give them kind of. You talk about personhood. You can't help but give them a type of personhood when you see them, right? Even though they don't have. Apparently, they don't have feelings or anything like that. They're not sentient. But you can't help but feel like they do. I don't know if you feel like that when you see them sometimes.
Oh yeah,
Um,
the stuff that like the AI stuff that's being pushed on YouTube, especially the voice, like some of those like you played a podcast thing that you made, right? And with AI, and it sounded
yeah,
like two humans talking. And I
yeah.
wonder, like, even if we say they're not persons, are we going to have parasocial relations with content creators that aren't human? And I bet you this probably already exists. I'm just not
Yeah, I imagine
because there are live
it,
streamers that are AI,
yeah, I
correct?
imagine it might be more of a danger for youngsters,
Yeah,
coming into the world. These youngsters who their first experience with computers will include these AI bots, and it will be so normalized for them to talk to them and interact with them that yeah, it will become this weird parasocial thing. But perhaps for our age group, maybe some people will, some people won't, depending on their own personal outlook and such, or their personal constitution. But I imagine for youngsters, it will be harder to separate humans from non-humans online, and it
yeah,
will become very normalized.
yeah.
You know, um, SB says, "Have you guys watched Mother?" I don't know what SB is referring to there. Do you know?
I saw a movie with Jennifer Lawrence called Mother with Darren Aronofsky as the director. There's another one that I did not see. So I know of two movies named Mother, and then there's also a sci-fi movie of like a robot that takes care of some child in space. I believe that's probably more aligned with what SB is saying. I
They
did see that.
say
I forgot about it though. I think I saw it on
they
Netflix
said it's an
probably.
anarchy movie. The robots in the film take the entire planet, and humans have to go into survival mode. Yeah. Pamela says it's still not working for her. Well, you can try your phone if you want, Pamela. Perhaps get on your phone. If not, try your laptop or
Yeah,
your
she's been on
tablet or
before.
whatever else you use. Yeah, she's been on before, so she should be able to figure it out. Maybe delete your cache. Go into your browser history and delete your cache, delete your history all time. Make sure you don't delete any passwords, and then you perhaps should be able to get in.
So you doing all right?
This has been, yeah, doing good. I'm going to go out in a little bit. It's only 10 to 7 here. What time is it there?
1:51 p.m.
Okay, nice. Pamela says she's having a bath now. Okay, nice. Give yourself a good scrub and relax. Actually, that's something. I usually have showers, I don't know if you have a bath in your place, Brother Marcus, but I don't have a shower. I have a big shower, but I don't have a bath. And sometimes I miss it, actually.
I have both, thankfully.
Oh, lucky you. So you like to relax in the bath once a week or so, or do you have one more than that or less than that?
It's usually like if I go hiking for a full day and I just want to like relax my muscles, a bath is nice.
Yeah,
But usually day to day I take a shower.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Okay, folks. SB says a good salt or magnesium salt bath is necessary for most people.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
Epsom salt.
Oh,
Do you
well,
do
I
that?
can't say I'm having that in my life, no. But
Apparently it's good for
yeah.
you.
Oh, okay. Was it like an antibacterial thing or something? Cleans your skin?
Uh, I honestly forgot. If you just look at like Epsom salt
Mm.
like baths, there's some type of health benefit. I forgot what it was though.
Pamela says she has a shower after her bath. Yeah, probably to wash off all the bubble bath and stuff,
Yeah, and the stuff that you've been just like soaking in is kind of gross.
Yeah. Okay, folks, the link is in the chat if you want to come on. Otherwise, we will end the show. So I'll give you about a minute to come on.
What'd you think
And if
about
nobody
yesterday?
comes on, we'll end the show. Sorry, Brother Marcus?
What'd you think about yesterday?
Yeah, it was a good stream, actually. There was lots being said. Obviously, I didn't agree with everything people were saying, but I suppose it was good to get that amount of disagreement on the show, because it does help people to sharpen their thinking. You know, how do we relate to these people? How do we interact with people who are coming at us with views that are totally alien to us or totally at cross purposes to the way we think, you know?
Mhm.
So I think that's useful. It does help you stay sharp, you know? What did you think of it?
Yeah, I agree. And I was just recently like hearing about something that's healthy for your mind not to go into that AI psychosis is the fact that in normal human interactions, you actually do have pushback on your beliefs and your thinking, and that's actually healthy for you. So when you don't
Mm,
have that, you can get into the world of delusion.
mm, mm. I mean, if you want to look at utility, it's probably good for your brain as well, in terms of it makes you use other parts of your brain that you wouldn't normally use. So
Yeah.
it's keeping you mentally versatile and probably staving off the bloody Alzheimer's and dementia, you know?
Yep. Yep.
SB says, yes, you have to cleanse, shower the body after soaking in the bath. Yes. See, we're learning a lot from these ladies how to keep ourselves spotless. Um, so Jay says maybe that's why ANs are so delusional. At Brother Marcus. Echo chambers, is it? Hmm. Okay, well, there is something about echo chambers in general. They are harmful, I suppose. You can step in and out of them though if you're wise enough, you know. But yeah, staying in one all the time, I'm sure, is a bad thing to do. Um, Pamela's giving us the ins and outs of her bathing routine. She says she washed her body with a bar of soap in the bath, and then she pulled out the plug and used I don't know, used the B, whatever the B stands for. Pamela, we're on a cliff edge here. Do let us know.
Where do you see your show
I
going?
hmm? I don't
Where do you?
see it getting. I think it's going to stay like underground like this.
Okay.
Maybe a few more, but it doesn't seem to attract many people in terms of listeners. But you know, I haven't really not changing the format or anything. But yeah, let's keep it as it is, and maybe we'll just attract a few newbies.
Hmm.
Um, she says she's using a nice smelling shower gel, not too much, just enough. What is the smell? Have you ever had the mint one? Oh my god, it smells like toothpaste. The one I've used recently. It's weird. It's I can't remember. It's one of these natural ones, and it's a mint smelling one. But it's like washing yourself with Colgate toothpaste. The smell. Um, SB says this isn't the mundane side of YouTube. That's why. Okay. And she goes on to say glycerin soap, Dr. Bronner's. There you go. She should come on here and tell us how to look after ourselves, you know? Sounds like she knows.
What are you gonna do tonight?
I'm going to meet a few friends in a while, in a bar. So yeah, that's it. And then I'll walk home, and that'll be me. Yeah, I've already eaten, so I'm good. I'm good to go. What about you?
Just chores, laundry, work, and maybe go for a walk.
Yes, I do wash between my toes, Pamela, but I find I don't really accumulate much dirt there, you know, for one reason or another, and they do come off pretty easily, the dirt that does get there. So don't worry, you know, very clean indeed. I could shake feet with you. SB says she will join the next show. Okay. Well, we'll hold you to that. We really look forward to that. Jay says, make sure you carry your pepper spray. Well, I cannot do that, Jay, because it is illegal. Leader Laney,
Oh, you got a icebreaker.
Yeah, she says best podcast show. Oh, thank you. Do come on, Leader Laney, and talk with us at some point if you can. I'll leave it. I'll put one more. I'll share it one more time. And if anybody wants to come on right now, they feel compelled to do so. There it is. I've shared it. It's been shared on Facebook and YouTube. If you're on Twitter, just come over to YouTube and watch us.
Is X? Are you streaming on X?
Oh, X. Sorry, X.com. Yeah. It's live on X. Yeah. But we don't get anybody from X ever. I don't know who Gary Garner is, but we have a newcomer, folks. So I'm going to put the little newcomer shield up, and I'm going to let Gary on. Gary Garner, you're on the show.
Hello.
Hello,
Can you
Gary.
hear me?
Hello, Gary.
We can hear you, Gary. Go ahead.
I've been tuning into this show for quite a few months, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it came up into my algorithms about, say 4, 5, 6 months ago, maybe.
Well, welcome, Gary Garner. I think we might have seen you comment once or twice, but forgive me, I can't quite recall. So what's going on, Gary Garner? Would you like to introduce yourself to the masses, all 24 people watching live, and maybe the few hundred that might watch afterwards?
Yeah, sorry if I sound a bit bunged up. I've got a bit of a cold today, so I don't sound great.
That's okay.
But no, it's a fantastic thing to see. I tune in a lot. You see a lot in these live streams on YouTube, and I joined someone else's stream earlier, and he's been doing a YouTube stream for years now. I just think it's fantastic that people like yourself allow a platform for people to hop up and express their views and speak about things that they probably wouldn't normally with friends and family.
Well, I'm glad you think that, Gary. And Jay says, "Hope you recover soon, Gary." Yeah, and I have to say, I say the same. Have you got a bad cold, or is it just?
No, not really. I mean, I very, very rarely get a cold. This is my first cold since last Christmas. I usually get one a year. It's not that bad, you know. So we used to call it the man flu, didn't we? Before COVID.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I haven't had one this year. Well, I haven't had one this year. Oh no, I did. I had one earlier in the year. I had one in like February or something.
Yeah.
But I don't want one. I fucking hate getting them, so I don't want one. But yeah, commiserations. Get a hot drink into you, some ginger and garlic, bit of lemon, you know.
Yeah.
And what's your remedy, Brother Marcus, for not feeling the best, like a cold or a slight flu?
Lots of fluids, a lot of rest.
Yeah.
I think
but Gary, you're not that bad.
It's partially because I'm a bit of an insomniac, and I think when you're not sleeping, you are more prone to getting bad colds and such. You know, your body's just not getting the rest. Well, mine isn't anyway. So, yeah.
Well, you are amongst kindred spirits, because I do have problems sleeping sometimes, and Brother Marcus here is a veteran of insomnia. So yeah, you're amongst fellow sufferers in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, recently I've took up Sudoku, and that really engages my brain. So yeah, I mean, Sudoku, crisscross, things like that. Yeah,
fair enough. Gary, you've been listening for a while.
Yeah.
Has anything like in particular took your fancy in terms of conversational topics?
Well, I must say, I did mention it ages ago that I love Chickpea. She always cheers me up. Even though she says she's a miserable woman, she doesn't come across as miserable. So,
No.
no,
We all love Chickpea. I'm going to start a Chickpea
yeah.
fan club, you know?
But I like the chap that's just been on. I've heard him a few times now, tracking.
Hmm.
And of course,
I was more talking about topics, so anything in terms of topics.
no, yeah. I mean, you obviously speak of a variety of topics. I mean, I'm so interested in so many things that and that's the great thing about this show, because you can just chat about a variety of subjects, you know.
Right.
I mean,
So, what? I suppose you're a newcomer here, so I always ask this question to newbies, and you can speak as long as you can, please, just because it's interesting to see where your stream of consciousness takes you. You know, it might take you into places that you never even thought it would take you. So, please take a deep breath and answer the question: what is going on in this strange existence?
do you know what? That's a great question, because I don't know whether you know him or not. There's a chap he calls himself Danny Shine.
Of course.
Yeah.
Are you his brother?
Sorry?
Are you his brother?
Am I his brother?
I think I had a sneaking suspicion he was in the background, you know, all along, ever since you started speaking, you know.
What makes you say that?
I'm good at having intuition, but go ahead anyway. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I mean, Danny Shine's one of the people that I've been listening to for many years. I forgot what his channel's called now.
What's really going on? I think he used to ask that question, right?
Yeah, what's really going on, you know? And it's a really important. I love the experiments that he used to do, going around with his megaphone and irritating people whilst they're at restaurants, and it highly inconvenienced many people. But then, of course, 2020 came along. That's it, social experimentalist. And, well, that inconvenienced us all, didn't it? So,
well, if you want, I'll give him a call now and tell him he's got a fanboy on the show. I'll see if he'll join us.
Oh, you actually got contact details for him, have you?
Yeah. Mimsy says, howdy, do you all? Hello to Mimsy. Mimsy, do you come and join the chat? But yes, Gary Garner, what is actually going on in this strange existence?
I think we're all experiencing our own subjective reality. I think there may be one objective reality, but we're all experiencing reality via our own experience, our own personality, and therefore we can't always agree, because we are our own unique person, you know, our own unique character.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more and more leaning towards that. Like, it sounds on the face of it horrific to say, yeah, you're completely alone, you know, inside your head. But it does seem that we bump into each other intellectually, emotionally, and we do share. At least we have an influence on each other, and we do get into the subjectivity of each other. You know, one thing I've been thinking about is, you know, Carl Jung used to talk about this collective unconscious, these signs and symbols, and he had a kind of woo-woo kind of metaphysical explanation for it. But I think there's something else. I think it doesn't necessarily have to be woo-woo. I think we all have our own subjective experience, and you telling me about yours and me telling me about mine, or how I feel, Brother Marcus talking about his, it does put out there, okay? I'm not saying it puts it into a woo-woo place, but it literally puts out there other people who hear it. It influences their subjective nature. So it's like when we talk, when we write, Yeah, when we interact, we're shaping this like intersubjective zone that isn't literally real. It's like it's what we feel, what we hear, what we read, and it can be real in the sense that I've been thinking lately that yeah, you know, books, things like that, it can have a real expression. So in many ways, like what you see, human ingenuity, what we make, what we create, what we write, what we do, that is in some ways part of the intersubjective zone, you know.
Yeah.
And so although we are completely alone in our subjectivity, we do have this intersubjective zone that we as individuals can manipulate with our hands, can talk into, can express ourselves into, and hopefully help others with their subjective journeys that we can't get into, but hopefully the subjective zone that we help shape will be utilized or will help them on their journey, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But there have been a few things that you've said on the stream that have riled me up a bit,
Oh no.
which is actually quite unlike me. I'm very hard to trigger, but
Right. So me personally, is this me personally then, or just other anybody?
just your views on certain things. But that challenges me. You know, it's good to have someone come out with things that you don't agree with and think, oh, I wish they'd, you know, try and see it from another point of view. But it's all good for, you know, we need challenging, you know.
You piqued my
Right, right.
curiosity. What
Yeah.
what were those things?
Now, oh crikey, now you put me on the spot. Um, now
Personal.
I remember a few weeks ago you was talking about a chap you was talking to at a pub, and he was saying, "Oh, you don't have to pay council tax," and I was saying, "Yes, none of us should pay it. It's an illegal
Oh
tax."
yes, I remember this. Yeah.
You know, I've been researching a chap called Chris Coverdale, and he's done some extensive research into this, where we are funding a lot of wars, and especially via the council tax. You know,
Really?
yes, and of course the local councils, bare minimum money goes to them. It all gets washed up in
So are
Westminster.
you one of these people who the Magna Carta Brigade who like to quote the Magna Carta
Well, you see,
as a kind of
I'm not going to make out that I'm properly educated on all these areas, but I do research into it what I
okay.
can when I find the time. I think we have to try and get wherever we can to help us, whether that be the Magna Carta of 1215, I think it was, wasn't it? Until they redrew up the Magna Carta 80 years later, wasn't it, in 1290 something?
Right. Well,
Um,
I mean, Gary, by all means, go away and research it and come back on at some point and tell us about it. I'm open-minded. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm just saying, as it stands, I can't see why people feel these archaic laws are any help to us now. When, you know, the whole point of government has been that we have elected representatives who are there to bring to the fore and debate, you know, possible new laws and then bring them into action, you know. And law is a living thing. It evolves, it moves with the times. And so these people who think we could just rely on ancient laws or archaic laws, I find them, you know, with respect, Gary, and I'm sorry, this isn't about you, but I find it a bit ridiculous. Not them, because they're human beings, but I find it a bit ridiculous that they're appealing to these archaic laws and they're not looking at all the little nuances of the fact that law is an evolving beast. It changes with the times, and there have been new articles brought into place. There have been new laws brought into being by elected representatives from the democratic process. You know, that people
you
have
see,
voted into
we,
power
we
for that very reason.
ideally we should be living by God's natural law, you know.
What is that? What is that?
So, so basically, do no harm to others, you know, and
The golden rule. Treat
yeah,
others as you'd like to be treated, yeah.
yeah. Have no.
Well, we have somebody who
outside
agrees with you here, by the way. Life abolitionism, do come on and, back Gary up here, because Gary's doing a great job, but it would be great to hear
Yeah.
both
I
of you.
mean, this is. You see, I'm not used to coming up on panels and speaking
It's
fluently,
fine.
so
You're doing
I
well. You're doing very well.
apologise
You're
if
doing
I'm a
very
bit
No, you're doing very well. You're doing very well.
start.
So, but you just said God's law. You believe we should be following God's law. Now, you believe in God then, Gary, do you?
Yeah. You see, I won't call myself particularly religious as such. Now, I am getting closer to the Bible, but then, of course, you have to say, oh, which Bible then? How many times has it been compromised, you know? And then versus what other religions, there could be truth in other faiths, you know? So I just put a lot of focus on what I perceive as God, you know, creator.
Right, right. And can you tell me about that God? What you feel God is doing with us? What is the reason? Why are we here in terms of what has God got to do with it all in terms of our life? I mean, why did He create us, or she create us, or it create us? What is going on in that sense?
That is the golden question, isn't it? I
Yeah.
don't think I can answer that, but
hmm
something within me says it's just that natural inclination within me that says we do have a creator. There's not just the physical realm. There's the metaphysical realm. You know, there's the spirit. That we all have a soul. And the secular world wants to drag us down to our base animal instincts, you know?
Interesting. Mimsy says God's law is where it's at. So she's talking about the creator God.
Yeah.
Um, Gary, it sounds to me that you believe in spirituality. So, have you had what we would call spiritual experiences? Have you had any
But
interaction with paranormal things?
I think everyone's had spiritual
Well,
experiences.
I've had paranormal experiences. I don't know whether they're spiritual. I've had paranormal experiences, but actually, you say everyone, Brother Marcus. Am I right to say you haven't had a paranormal or spiritual experience, right?
Not to my knowledge, correct.
All right. So there you
But
go, Gary.
to me, a spiritual experience is basic. It can be as simple as singing along to a beautiful song that really touches you. That to me
In
is a
that case,
experience.
yes, I've had plenty of spiritual experiences.
Yeah, well, there you go. That to me is a spiritual experience.
Black Man is Fair says sleep paralysis is a spiritual experience. Now, that to me is a scary one, because I've heard about this sleep paralysis, and sometimes people say they see an old hag sitting at the end of their bed when they're having sleep paralysis. But yeah, it doesn't sound like the kind of sleep paralysis I'd like to have, or sorry, the kind of spiritual experience I'd like to have. Gary, have you had any weird paranormal experiences? We speak about that on this channel. Have you ever seen a ghost, a poltergeist? Have you ever had a weird
I
feeling of?
haven't, but my sister and my brother have.
Mhm.
My brother, going back 15 years ago now, cycling on the way back home from his friends, and he explained that he saw this ghost on a bike, and he was wearing a flat cap, like Victorian age kind of clothing, and he was really freaked out by it, and he thought, well, maybe some people have got different explanations on it. Maybe he cycled that route so many times that his spirit maybe warned my brother, because my brother was cycling back in the dark, you see, and maybe that was a warning sign to say, hey, you be careful cycling back in the dark, because maybe he ended up, dying that way, or who knows.
That's an interesting one.
But me
So other than,
personally, no, I've never
yeah.
had an experience with any ghost or apparitions or whatever.
Okay, and you pray? Have you ever had a prayer answered or anything like that?
You see, I never pray. It doesn't come for me. It's performative. I believe in God, but I would never ever ask God for anything because it doesn't come natural to me. I just let God be what He is, and if He decides to help me, help me, then that's on Him. I'd never.
So, what have you got any inclination as to what is going on, in the sense that why did God create us?
That is like the $1 million question. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I have no idea. But I think maybe He created us so we can experience Him as a physical being. We are the physical, like, incarnation of His creation, if you like. So He could experience Himself through us. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I don't know. This I'm just riffing here,
No, it's fine. I mean, that's what this space is for. This space is an exploratory zone. We're not going to hold you to your thoughts either. Feel free to change your opinions, change your points of view. And as I said, it's just a way of expressing ourselves, trying to release our thoughts and work with it together. I'm not telling you have to be an expert here. This is a safe zone for just exploring our thoughts and what we feel is going on. But I tell you what, we'll just go to life abolitionism. He's just hopped on, I think, in support of what you were talking about in relation to taxation and such. Life abolitionism, would you like to have a word?
Well, I didn't hear the entire conversation. I just joined. So the part that I heard where you were talking about natural law, the founding fathers were actually secular. They did use the term God, but they did not mean God in the way that we use God. God is just our creator, but it's not an actual deity the way that we use the word God. And there's two different schools of thoughts when it comes to the law. And we could include Hobbes, but I'm really talking about John Locke and Rousseau. And so Rousseau believed that our rights came from the sovereign, or I can kind of explain what the sovereign is. The sovereign is the so-called sovereign citizen. So there's a duality between the citizen and the government, where the general will is sovereign, and so all your rights come from the sovereign, according to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But according to John Locke, our rights are actually pre-political, which means that they come from nature, they predate government, and even you guys have a different constitutional system in the UK. You don't. I mean, when I studied this in political science, you guys don't actually have a written constitution. It's based on mostly case law.
We do, though. I think we do have a written constitution. That's, I think that's hidden somewhere.
Okay. Well, let me just say how it works in America, and they've gotten it wrong, because America has really followed the Rousseau way of applying the law, which means that our rights come from the Constitution, our rights come from the government. They don't believe that our rights are pre-political. Under the Ninth Amendment, what it says is that the Constitution shall not be construed to disparage rights retained under natural law. I'm not sure if I'm citing it verbatim, but what it says the text of it is pre-political, meaning that the Constitution does not create rights. It only enumerates certain rights which already existed under natural law. But the way that the Supreme Court is interpreting the Constitution it means that we don't have rights unless they are actually enumerated. So specifically, the right to abortion, the reason they reversed Roe v. Wade is because it was not enumerated. But it was a right that was retained under natural law. there was not, or I'm going to say common law in this context, there wasn't a right to abortion as such, but there was a right to infanticide, because under common law, they did not prosecute families if their infants died under the age of 1, even if they knew that. A lot of people, I don't want to talk about it on your channel, but they did allow their children to expire. They would leave them out in the woods or whatever. And so there was a common law right to infanticide. So now they're saying it's not enumerated in the Constitution, so you don't have rights. It's like, no, our rights don't come from the government. It's the Ninth Amendment is a rule of construction, which I'm addressing in my book. They got it completely wrong. And so basically, I don't want to get too legal, but it's like, you guys have a different system in UK, but basically we have procedural due process and we have substantive due process. The Supreme Court basically creates rights based on penumbras, things that are recognized due to the Anglo-Saxon tradition. Like, I could go down the whole list, but basically the rights come from the government. They're not pre-political, excuse me. I think that is problematic because our rights don't come from the government. Legal rights do, but not the Bill of Rights. No, that's just a enumeration of rights that already existed, but it's not exhaustive. Like, we retain all the rights that we had before the founding of the Constitution. And I guess I can talk to you about God. I'm not religious in a traditional sense, but I do believe in Gnosticism. What we believe is that.
So can I ask? Because look, I'm clearly in over my head with basically all of you, because you're obviously educated guys.
You're doing fine, Gary.
So I have a very basic understanding of the word Gnosis. So can we clear up this term, Gnosticism?
Yeah, before Life Abolitionism goes into that, I want to say, when I use the word Gnosis, because it means like knowledge, secret knowledge, basically knowledge that it's not esoteric, but it's like knowledge that is helpful to you in your journey. Okay, that's what Gnosis means. And that journey in Gnosticism is to salvation. Okay, to being saved. Now, I use it in a kind of secular sense, as in being saved from suffering in this cruel existence. So basically, I'm trying to find information. I'm trying to help us all find information, thoughts, even philosophy, facts and figures, whatever, knowledge that can help us on our subjective journeys through this strange existence. That's what I mean by it. But there, as I said, there is this ancient Gnosticism, this religion. Now, I do talk about that on the channel, but I'm not sold on its, on it being the truth. Having said that, it does sound the most plausible out of all the other religious views. They believe in reincarnation. They believe that this world was created, but it was created by the lowest manifestation of God. So God exists in many layers of being, and the highest God wouldn't have created this God. The highest part of God didn't need to create this God. It was the lowest part of that God. Now, if you think about it, Christianity, I think, or the Abrahamic religions say we were created in God's image. So if that is true, then we have good and bad in us. Okay, so therefore God has good and bad in it as well, in him or her, and therefore we are created here perhaps by the bad part of God. That's the. But I'll tell you who knows a lot about it too, is Life Abolitionism.
Yeah.
Right. I just, okay, I want to address that, but I also remember something about the UK. You guys don't. Okay, I'll address what you said. Just lost my train of thought.
So
Okay,
what is Gnosticism?
Yeah, it's it's basically knowledge. It literally means to know. And so the way I interpret Gnosticism, basically, is a juxtaposition between a traditional Christian belief that it's not based on faith. It is based on knowledge, that you have to actually know God, and you have to know, like that is your, when I studied Gnosticism, it was like there's only really one sin, which is ignorance. So you have to understand like what God is. Like we have a different belief when it comes to God. Like we were trapped on Earth by the demiurge. The demiurge is not good. The demiurge is malevolent, and he basically trapped us here to enslave us. So Gnostics did not believe in procreation. And so, yeah, I don't think there's anything good, coming from that God. There is a higher God, which Jesus did not come from the God. I mean, according to Gnostic, Jesus didn't come from the God of the Old Testament. So he came from another God, which her name is Sophia. She is the supreme God, higher, like the demigod of the Old Testament is a lesser God. He's jealous, he's wrathful, he needs us here for his own vanity, like to basically give himself meaning. And we were made in his image, which is why we have to procreate, because we're made in the image of the demiurge. But if we connect to the higher God, then we basically resist the evil tendencies which were put in us by the demiurge.
Okay. It's nice to listen to someone that actually knows about this subject.
So yeah, basically it's the view that your religious journey is all about not coming back here, basically, in Gnosticism. And now there's similarities with, I believe, Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, maybe Hinduism, I'm not sure, but the view is, and you could say there's similarities with Islam, Christianity, Judaism as well, because all these religions are on about going somewhere else, okay, as in getting salvation, or getting, in Buddhism, it's about, is it nirvana? Is it what's it called, guys? Is it
the samsara?
Samsara, breaking the cycle of samsara? Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, what that means is this world isn't good enough in any religion, okay? As in, this is not a good place. We should be aiming higher. We should be aiming to go somewhere else better. That is the popular consensus, I believe, amongst all religions. And even the Jehovah's Witnesses, who say that, this world will become heavenly, that is to say that this world will become something else. It won't be as it is. So even they believe that we need to go somewhere else, even if that involves
sounds like
the earth
as
transform.
above, so below. Is that
well,
the same?
I'm not sure about that, but basically, Gnostics believe that you will be reincarnated here again and again and again until you free yourself from attachment to this realm, in the form that you have to go on your own personal subjective journey. Okay, it's a personal journey that won't make sense to anybody else, but it's a journey where you have to start seeing through the illusions and gaining personal strength internally towards Gnosis. That Gnosis will be different for everybody. I believe it's something, a piece of the puzzle for us all. But the fact is, that's your goal, is to free yourself from being trapped here. And when you die, not to come back here, not to be reincarnated here. Now, Gnosticism doesn't go into too much detail about what to do after you die, but there are texts like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which talks about the fact that after you die, apparently you go to this place called the Bardos. And basically there you will be...
spelling that? B-A-D-O-Z?
B-A-R-D-O-T-S, I think. The Bardos.
Yeah.
I think that's
right,
it.
okay.
Hello to Daniela. Do you want to come on here? And basically, in that place, you will be confronted with your own egotistical challenge, and that challenge will involve your greatest fears being put forth to you in a manner to try and get you to come back here. So you'll be chased by bad memories, things you hate, things you dislike, things you resent up there. But these things are trying to trick you to coming back here. In the same way, there will be things up there that you find pleasure in this earthly sense. So there may be beautiful women, there may be beautiful men, whatever you're into. There may be this, that, in terms of what you like, egotistically speaking, that will also be there. But again, that is an earthly pursuit. So they will be utilized to try and get you to move towards them. But in moving towards them, you will be reincarnated here. So it's all about basically trying to trick you to coming back here. Because in some ways, this place is like, to these people, this place is like a trap. It's like an assault course. It's like a maze. And your job is to try and get out of it and not come back, because there's something greater than this place that awaits you if you do manage to escape. And, that is the prevailing view, I believe, in these kind of alternative spiritual views.
We haven't heard from We're Cooked.
Hey, Gary.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
And you, mate. We're surrounded by Americans now.
No, I'm not American. I'm from the Caribbean.
Oh, okay.
So we actually got one Canadian, one Trinidadian, is it? Tobagan, and one American. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my name is J.E. I'm J.E. in the comments.
Oh, okay. So whereabouts are you in the Caribbean?
I'm in Trinidad.
Ah, Trinidad. Ah, nice. Trinidad and Tobago. That's the other isle, yeah.
I'm a Trinidadian Canadian.
Oh.
Maybe Jay's my cousin. Maybe Jay's my cousin.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe,
well, in actual fact, if you go back far enough, we're all cousins, I suppose. So. But yeah, near a cousin, perhaps. Daniela says, what happens if you suffer in a way and are offered life again without the same suffering, an enticing offer, but you end up getting different suffering? Well, yeah, I mean, that typifies the kind of Tibetan Buddhist view, and I suppose the Gnostic view that, if you have to look around you in these religious views and see that life is suffering, and everybody is suffering in some way or other, or they're causing suffering. So if you yearn to be a part of this world in any way, and to be the rich man, or to be the popular person, or to be the celebrity, or whatever it is, be the billionaire, well, you're not going to break out of samsara. You're going to come back here, and perhaps you will be that. But you too will suffer in some way, or you will cause suffering, and then you will have further illusions to work your way out of. Jesus says it's more difficult for a rich man. What was his expression? It's easier for a rich man to get through the eye of a needle than it is to get into heaven. Perhaps he was talking about
a camel to get through the eye of a needle.
Yeah. Perhaps he was talking about that kind of thing. That rich men may go back further on the spiritual ladder in terms of trying to figure out how to get out of here, because they are so consumed with materiality. Maybe this is all spiritual. This is spiritual conjecture. I'm not sure, but this is probably some of the views people have. Jack is here. Hello to Jack.
Hey, blessings to all of you. Another American joining the panel.
Hey.
Great to have you here, Jack. So, Jack, feel free to say whatever you want. We're open to exploring ideas here. So what is it you felt compelled to say, or were you just happy to come on and be inspired to say something at some point?
Many thoughts have come up already. I'm a new subscriber, just came across your live stream.
Oh, cool.
I love the conversations. The the idea of finding gnosis, finding the knowing. I've devoted my personal life to trying to understand. And it's already what we know. We live in a world of confusion. The world is confused because secrets and lies have been the norm. It's kind of as simple as that.
What is the world confused about, though?
Ah, beautiful. Thank you. Who we are. And who we are is the consciousness of existence in the now. And so the whole idea of my interpretation of the gnosis is knowing who you are. And who you are is a reflection of the universe, a reflection of the Most High.
And how should we act with this knowledge?
I believe we're supposed to feel our way through life, following the Holy Spirit, the leading spirit, the inspirations and the love that we can discover and we can imagine. I believe that's what's supposed to lead us through our lives. And that seems in line with the Eastern philosophies of the Tao or the Way. And it's in line with what Jesus spoke to or taught.
Wait, so Jack, why? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, in many ways, I am an emotivist in that I think everything is feeling. So even when we feel that we've got a logical expression, I think it comes down to feelings at the basis that we just feel it's inherently right. When we can't be sure truly about anything, I don't believe, in this existence. But maybe Mark could describe that better than me. But Jack, I think it's interesting what you said, that leading with feelings. But is there not a danger that we might have the wrong feelings? Or, what feelings should we be leading with? Because we have many feelings. We have jealousy, envy, anger, resentment, I don't know, melancholy, whatever. We have so many different types of feelings. Well, what feelings should we allow to guide us?
For me, I've chosen to follow whatever the highest love would be. Even if it means it's not best for me, whatever's best for the greatest picture. But I came across this brand and I trademarked it and I'm trying to build it, this live without fear, the idea. I had fear and shame and guilt and anxiety. Those things held me back from so much in my life. And finally, I got sick of living small and as an alcoholic. And so then I set out, I found myself on a path to try and change my own life. And now I want to try and change this world before we're done.
Sounds like a noble endeavor, brother. And I do wish you well with that. And it's nice to hear that you managed to lift yourself out of a pit of despair and you've turned it into something where you want to help others, Would you like to tell us a little bit about that journey? What got you into that journey in the first place? Because I know a lot of people, you start off partying, enjoying yourself, and then suddenly you're in a dark place. I mean, what was it like for you?
Oh, it was like that in appearance, partying and having fun, but the reality was I was such an angry young man. I was just trying to escape the life I was living. And then that became a habit. I couldn't escape the negativity of my thoughts. And so I drank myself numb every day. I mean, it got bad for me. But then I found help. I finally broke down and I asked for help, went to detox, started in the rooms of AA, And that, I guess, kind of opened my mind back up to the idea of a higher power again, because I had no faith in anyone or anything.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. And so, what was the moment of clarity, that spark where, you know, what was that moment where you said enough is enough?
I was losing another relationship. The woman I was dating she was done with me, and I was trying to figure out, how do I deal with this without breaking again? Because it was after I stopped drinking. So I was looking for explanations of love. And in a guided meditation about letting go, dude, I experienced something profound, and I awakened to my consciousness. I had a spiritual awakening, whatever you want to call it. Something profound happened with me.
So you basically meditated, you let something in, and it's changed your life.
That's pretty much it. I say it was love that transformed me.
And do you feel like you've been is it like 180-degree? Have you been someone else since this event?
According to everyone from my past, I am nothing like I used to be.
And does that shock them? Do people, is your kind of, I don't know if you'd call it a testimony, I suppose you would, has that inspired anybody else just on observation? Because I know sometimes people need to feel things for themselves before they become believers in something, but was your testimony enough to kind of shock people into thinking about things that, to a deeper degree, becoming spiritual, etc.?
I love that question. Not to the degree that I'd hoped for. It seems I've really kind of, a lot of people have found offense with me because, well, I've been rough around the edges. I got a reputation of yelling at people.
Why do you think that is? Is that before, or is that a continuous character trait?
Well, what my testimony is using the words from the Bible. I believe God allowed me to receive a taste of the Holy Spirit. And as soon as I found this new energy of life, this willingness to live, it confused everyone around me. And when they didn't understand me, and they weren't trying to understand me, I started yelling at them. And so I've been on a weird path for the past 7+ years.
Sounds quite remarkable. So you sound like a man who suddenly has peace in his heart, and you feel content. You feel like everything is going to be okay for you, right?
I actually do believe. I've envisioned myself, not just me, but somehow finding a way to get Donald Trump and the men and women of the United States Congress and all of our diplomats and all of our ambassadors to do a better damn job, ending the wars and beginning immediate reforms all through the world, so we rid this world of the parasitic international banking scheme.
But Jack, that's all part of the...
This is a curveball I wasn't expecting. So we went from spirituality to the international parasitic banking scheme. So this is the real bee in your bonnet. This is what we have to deal with. Sorry.
So thanks for letting me on, and I must go for now. And
but Gary, come back sometime.
Yeah, no, it's been lovely. Okay, thanks,
right,
guys. Take care.
Take care, buddy.
All right, see you, Gary.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Jack, tell us about this international parasitic banking system that you feel is one of the reasons for our ruination as a species.
It is. For whatever reason, we've become normalized in these oppressive systems. I said it in the chat before I joined. The man's legal system, it's unlawful. It protects secrecy. And as long as we're going to allow the governments and corporations to keep trade secrets and government secrets, well, guess what? They're treating us like the enemy. And if we're the enemy, we can be exploited. It doesn't cost them any bad feelings. So the solution I see for the world, no more secrets, no more lies. It's time for government disclosure, time for the employees to recognize what they've been doing, putting chemicals in our food, in the air, in the water.
So transparency from government and disclosure. What type of things you said? Do you believe there's aliens? I mean, I know that's a big thing in America that they talk about alien disclosure, or UAPs. I think they're called UFOs, as they used to be known.
I don't rule it out. I've never had a firsthand experience, but I don't know. This reality, the world we live in, it is not what I thought it was.
Okay, now we're getting to an interesting idea. So what did you used to think it was, and care to speculate on what it could be now, with your new feelings?
Dude, when I left high school and I joined the Army, I was a 17-year-old kid. I thought I was racist. I thought I was, a proud nationalist, a proud patriot. And I sure believed in capitalism and profit. And I even said the words while I was an enlisted soldier. I said, we need a good war for our economy to do better, don't we? I was like, what? That's brainwashing. So I used to believe in the governments, in the politics. I used to believe in the economic systems. And then I learned about different people in history, and today there's solutions waiting for us. They're hidden behind paywalls and bureaucracy.
What's going forwards? What are your hopes for the world? I mean, how are we going to connect? Have you looked at AI? Do you think AI, artificial intelligence, do you think that's a tool for universal well-being, or are you worried about that? Like, how are you going to get the message out there, and how are you going to work this message into our culture, into society's mechanisms?
Those are great questions. I love how your mind is working, my friend. Admittedly, I'm a big dreamer, and I believe in what I'm doing. I believe that if the Republicans and Democrats in Congress will put down those labels and remember the humanity and remember their responsibility, why they're actually there, not for the lobbyists or the defense industry. They're there for the people. And I believe what I want to do, I moved myself from Washington State to Baltimore, Maryland, because it's close to Washington, D.C. And I do live streams, not to promote myself, but I do live streams regularly. I'm hoping to find a way to get the attention and to get a foot in the door, to be a voice. So,
okay, I'll tell you what, I'll open up now, guys. Feel free to interject. Daniela says, you have a nice open mind. Let nothing be off limits. There you go. But yeah, guys, go ahead, open up, talk about whatever you feel needs to be said in relation to what Jack has been saying. Any questions?
I have a few comments. First, I do want to backtrack and talk about Gnosticism. The main thing that we need to know is that we are God. And so the difference is that we don't believe in a so-called higher power, not literally. We believe that it is our responsibility to fix the world, to make the world. I mean, I know I'm saying that as an anti-natalist, and my new philosophy, I'm saying we don't have to make the world a better place. At least we don't have a duty to make the world better. But Gnostics do believe that we are God. And so it is our responsibility to fix the world. Now, I agree with most of what he said. I am an anarchist. I do believe that the government has breached the social contract, that they do not serve us. I guess I'm a little bit radical when it comes to that. I do believe that it needs to be dismantled because it's not serving the will of the people. I don't believe that it can actually be fixed because it's too institutionally fraught. Like it's beyond repair. Like the corruption is so deep. The politicians are put in power. We have manufactured consent, so we can say that we put them in power, but we really did not. Like through education, through indoctrination, they tell us exactly what to do, and most people are not. They don't see through it, so they just go along with how they were programmed. I don't. I wonder if. I don't think that you can actually convince the American people. I don't think. I think that I think it runs so deep that they don't see what's going on. I think they're going to have to learn the hard way. I think that the government is going to have to become so corrupt and it's going to be so oppressive, which is where it's heading right now, that they're not going to have a choice but to wake up. And by then it's going to be too late.
I think there's enough people waking up now. I don't think we need the majority of the masses either. We just need enough willing and conscious people to agree it's time. And it is happening. There's civil unrest all around the world. People have had enough. Luckily, where I'm at, it's not actual war, right?
Right, but at the same time, it's not. It's the people in power. They have too much power. That such that they will be able to counteract any what do I call it? Any coalition of people coming together to fight the system. I feel because they have a military, for example.
Well, and this is why I don't want a war. I want discussions and conversations with the people who claim to represent me. And
well, the reason why it's so corrupt that way is because it's by design, and so they don't have an incentive to represent you because the people who actually are knowledgeable are such a small number that they can never win elections based on populism. They have to appeal to their donors. The donors are the ones that keep them in office. So anytime you see a politician who actually does appeal to popularism, like somebody like Dennis Kucinich or somebody who's actually saying like what American people actually want, nobody takes them seriously. If you say you want like universal health care, you want like a decent wage for people, you talk about things that people actually want, everybody thinks that you're a joke. Like it seems like pie in the sky, like you're not being pragmatic, like it's a joke. So it really forces everybody to move towards the middle, to basically maintain the status quo and basically not really do much of anything. Just give people false hope and just keep recycling the same done. Like they're not trying to actually improve society. They're not. They're making things worse, especially, and I'm not, I don't want to get into Trump derangement syndrome, but his second term is so much worse than his first term. Like, I think we have the decline of America. Like, what he's doing is managing what is inevitable, that the economy is declining. And so he's not trying to protect the American people. He's trying to protect the corporations and the government itself at the expense. So he's treating it like a business where we're just assets that we're expendable. He's not trying to protect us. That's like he's trying to liquidize assets. That's the reason why he's trying to collect on student loan payments, and the tariffs are designed to generate revenue for the federal government at the expense of the American people. So he's destroying the economy in order to save the government and to save his, like, it's not all corporations. It's really the top 1%. So the small businesses, he doesn't care about them either. So, but at the same time, this is not coming from Trump. Trump is just a puppet. Trump is doing what the higher powers told him to do. Like he's the CEO of a corporation. You could get rid of Trump, and whoever they put in power would do the exact same thing. Except Trump, I think they chose Trump specifically because he is a businessman. Like he can actually manage the downfall of America. Kamala Harris would not have been able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, even this congresswoman who resigned the other day, right, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she even basically came out and said that the U.S. runs as a two-party oligarchy, essentially, and that the American people basically have no power, and that she even exposed Trump and said that Trump is just another puppet, just like all the other politicians on both sides of the aisle. So at the end of the day, like it's all just one big movie, and they're all just a bunch of actors, and they're only acting on their own best interest, not of the American people.
Guys, we have a newcomer, regular here, social experimentalist. How you doing, brother?
Oh, too bad Gary left.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Mr. Shine? You're muted, mate. You can hear me, guys. Can everyone? Oh,
yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you, unfortunately, yes.
So, Jack, this is Danny. He's a beam of light. Wants the best for humanity, but not in the way you expect. So, social experimentalist, what's going on? And yeah, any thoughts on this strange reality?
What's going on?
Oh, here we go. The pedantics. Okay, not that much.
What do you mean?
Nothing's going on.
Nothing is going on.
Yeah, and entropy is going on.
Yep, he's right.
Thank God for entropy.
The breakdown of everything.
Correct.
The ensuing chaos. You welcome that.
Of course.
Jack, what
I
do
mean,
you
I
think
wouldn't
of
say.
that?
Oh, sorry.
I don't know enough about entropy, but I get the concept, and it's an interesting perspective. The first thought that came to mind is, yeah, it's somehow beautiful, isn't it? The chaos has an order. It's always continuing somewhere.
Well, guys, feel free to keep talking.
Yeah. No, but I don't know if entropy is such a nice thing, because entropy is the reason why there's so much suffering and death in the world, right?
That's true, but at least it's going to end.
But that's the thing, is that we don't know if it's going to end. We don't know.
Danny, are you a what's it called? Are you an astrophysicist or whatever they're called? Sorry, my brain fog. Do you know it's going to end for sure? Like I heard lately that they're theorizing that entropy might be localized, and it might be that the universe is infinite, and that things are breaking down locally, but the greater whole is always there, and the local entropy is cyclical as well. So that will be replaced by new existence, new life even. As I said, it's just localized breakdowns, but the glorious or the awful, however you look at it, whole is always in existence. There's just little bits of it breaking and coming back into being here and there.
Yeah.
Breaking down, sorry, and
Where was the guy? Is the guy here that was yesterday the Doomer guy? Is that any of you the Doomer guy?
Cougar Doomer? No, he's not here yet.
Right.
No.
Because I just wanted to clarify. Did he say that he's 100% sure that this whole thing, that only 1 in 1,000 people are going to be left in in the next 5 years or something. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood him.
I'm not
What
sure
do
if
you
the
think?
actual
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
1 in
I
a
don't,
thousand. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
said he expects like about eight. He expects about 8 million people to be left.
I don't think it was specific on a time frame. We're talking about the start of the decline, but in terms of the population being wiped out, he wasn't certain about the time.
Right.
Right, but he said he did say he expects about 8 million humans to be left at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, are you familiar with climate change?
No,
All
it's
these
not climate change.
problems?
It's global. It's global heating.
Global heating. Yeah. Global
I think
heating.
he's
Jack,
right
because
about that. They're calling it climate change or global warming is a very soft way of calling it.
I came across a guy on YouTube, Ben Davidson. He reports a lot on cycles of catastrophism, and he's watching the changing magnetic frequencies of the Earth and the changes in the sun. So the climate is something that, yeah, there's a lot of mysteries in what's going on. I don't claim to know the answers, but regarding the changes in the world, to me, I take it as yet another sign. It's time for mankind to find new ways of living together, because migration is a reality. And as things change, there will be human beings migrating. And I think we should make it more free.
What do you mean by more free? Like we should get rid of capitalism?
Well, all of these nation borders, it's just pretend. It's just imaginary lines in the sand that somebody agreed to, and then everybody else said, okay, well, let me see your papers as I cross this imaginary line. And don't cross the line if you don't have my papers. It's like, what? It's like giving papers to get food. It makes no sense.
Wait, but Jack, that's one of the bigger problems in today's world, right? Is that in the UK, for example, they're arguing that too many people are migrating to the UK, and it's causing a lot of division and a lot of issues and within the population, because the migrants are like they're not following the cultural norms and rules of a society, and they're committing a lot of crimes and whatnot.
Yes. People, the whole world is suffering from confusion. And what I think is a solution, let's look at why these people are migrating. Many people are migrating because there's been tariffs and exploitation in their homelands, and it's economic desperation that caused a lot of people to move, or violence, and all of those things. They're really a sign of how lost humanity has become.
I don't know. I mean, borders exist in nature. Like lions will mark their territory, and if you come in their territory, they're going to defend it with brutality. So it's not a human construct to have borders. Moreover, they're not coming here. I understand that they're trying to flee their own economic peril, but they're coming to take opportunities from the native population. They're coming to take jobs. They're coming to take housing. So if you're trying to compete for scarce resources, it is not in your rational self-interest to support open borders, because they're going to take your job. And then you're also going to have to compete with AI. You're like, your livelihood is, your survival is going to be threatened by open borders.
Well, in a world that's controlled by banks, yep, a money system, it has people competing against people, people going to war against people. And I like to think that mankind, we're a little better than the lions and the beasts, especially with Gnosis of who we are, why we're here.
Don't be silly. We're not better than them at all. And anyway,
We
what's the
can
point?
be.
What's the point of talking about this? And it's nothing to do with us, nothing to do with you. There's nothing any of you can do about it. So what's the point?
Well, you're right. There's nothing we can do about it. But I guess the problem is the manufactured consent. No, there's nothing we can do about it. But they're trying to manipulate us to go along with it willingly. This does not serve our interests. It serves their interests. They want cheap labor. They want us to be expendable where they can just fire us and hire people for lower wages. No, we can't stop it, but we don't have to actually go along with it. We don't have to believe the lies that they're telling us.
Why should we believe we can't stop it?
Because the elites are too powerful. And people are not gonna the common folk are not gonna come together to fight the system, so it's not gonna matter.
That's what they want us to believe. And the elite, the wealthy, the only power they have is the willing obedience of others. I mean, it's been long known. The wealthy can hire half of the working class to oppress and take out the other half of the working class. It's been practiced. It happens continuously. So we can. If we believe we can, we will. But if we believe we can't, we're not going to try.
No, most people are completely apathetic. I've tried for years. I was a part of the Occupy movement. I was an activist. I run for office. I filed lawsuits. I've done a whole bunch. I wasted so much time trying to get people to care. They don't care. Like, I just had to accept that. And we don't have to look at this people like random strangers. You can just talk to your family members and ask them. Like, they're powerless. They don't feel like they have any power to change things. Like, their understanding of the world is based on the government. So they're going to give complete deference. So they think they're doing their part just by voting. So they're going to do a straight party ticket. The Democrats are evil, the Republicans are good, or vice versa. That's the extent of their participation. They're not going to get active. They don't actually want to know what is going on in the world. They don't want to understand the minutia. They're going to say, oh, we're not smart enough to understand what's going on. The politicians know better than us. So they're going to try to look at what happened when we had the government shutdown and people were not able to get their SNAP benefits. They were so dependent on the government, waiting for the government to save them. They can't even survive without the government. They're like, oh, I have 6 kids. How am I going to feed my kids? This is the problem. And so they're going to be so deferential to the government because they can't survive without the government. And that makes all of us enslaved. Like, they're natural slaves. That's the problem. Our government is controlled by natural slaves. They should not be controlling the way democracy works. I mean, back in the day, everybody did not have the right to vote. Only certain people. I mean, I'm not saying that was the ideal way of government, but to have natural slaves controlling the way government functions when they don't understand anything, I'm against democracy, by the way. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe that tyranny of the majority should dominate my existence.
Can I please? I agree with so much what you said, with one exception. You didn't waste your time. Okay. You've been conscious and you've been doing the work that others haven't been doing or haven't been seeing, but it's because of people like you that helped me wake up, right? Because there was other people I encountered who were conscious, who were fighting against it, while I was just going along with my day job, right? So please don't underestimate what you've done. You've planted a lot of seeds by the sounds of it, seeds of thought, and maybe confronted a lot of people on their beliefs. But please, I believe we're going to change it.
The problem is that I made so many sacrifices to where my quality of life has been compromised because I've made a lot of choices that affected me negatively. So there is a cost for being an activist. There is a cost for fighting against the system. It can ruin your life. And then they get to go on their life because they didn't take any risks. They're the free riders of society who don't actually push back. And the thing about it, it's not even just the system that actually oppresses the resistance. It's the common people. It's the people who are telling you, oh, you're crazy. Oh, you should stop fighting. You're so radical. Like, they want to tame you. It's not just the government, it's the common people. They're not going to hire you if you push back. They want you to fall in line and be like everybody else. So this is what they want, and they're going to get exactly what they asked for.
Yeah, and again, I just don't see most people coming together to fight the system. I just don't see what happening. Most people are too divided and too stuck in their their ways to come together and put aside their differences to fight the system.
The best way to fight the system is having a vasectomy.
I absolutely agree. That's the most consequential thing you can do.
Yeah. So I have a question for you, all of you, right? I struggle with the idea of nepotism, as I have 3 children of my, well, they're not children. I started the lives of 3 human beings, and I had a long chat with my middle human being that I brought here, 26-year-old guy. And I said to him, if I pay you, would you have a vasectomy? Because his attitude is like, he doesn't think he's going to have children, but that's not good enough as far as I'm concerned, because he's in danger of meeting some horrible woman who will, entice him into it. So he said he'd do it for £200,000. Right?
Wow.
Now the question is, if I could raise that money, if I could find that money, would it be wise to do that, or is that really a terrible waste? Because I reckon if I took £200,000, I could probably find 30 Indians that would do it for like £5,000 each.
I mean, I can answer that. I hope that he does get a vasectomy, but at the same time, I do believe that he's entitled to an inheritance just by the fact that he having this existence imposed on him. I think that you should try to encourage him as much as possible. I mean, I don't think that it's the same as giving it to some random stranger. Like, your son is unfortunately, he is your legacy. So your legacy can be stopped, but I think that you should put more energy into focusing on them instead of random strangers.
But he's right, though. Like, maybe it is better to give it to other people, especially if he's gonna give it to like 30 people over just one person. That's gonna make more of a difference in the world, right?
Right, but what I'm articulating in my book is that I believe that, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be offensive. I'm using the term life enslavers, that when you enslave someone to life, that you owe a moral debt. And so I believe that if you put someone here, that they're entitled to an inheritance. So
I agree. He's going to get that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But this is an extra payment for a vasectomy.
I mean, 200,000 quid is a lot of money.
Then what you can do is you can have an incentive trust where he gets the money based on the incentive that he does get the vasectomy. Or, I mean, yeah, I guess you would have to do it in writing, and then he would actually. It doesn't even have to be some money that you give to him right now, but it could be money that you leave him.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's quite a commitment to your perceptions. My other thought might be it could be a lot cheaper just to change your views.
No, I mean, I get where he's coming from, though, because bringing kids into this sort of world just isn't worth it. This world is evil, and it's a very, very deeply, deeply flawed world.
But if we believe we can change it, then it doesn't look so dark and flawed. It's
well, that's the thing, is that I don't.
But you see, he could also reverse his vasectomy, so it might be a fool's errand.
Right, we believe that we are changing the world by not procreating.
I mean, he could reverse his vasectomy, but I think it would be, at least that would be like a major thing for him to do. In other words, it's so much easier to end up making a woman pregnant.
Thanks to Jack for joining us. Hope you come back soon, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much easier to, if at least he had a vasectomy, he would have to really think about it very carefully and come up with some really good reason why he'd want to bring someone in here.
Well, the thing is that most pregnancies are accidental anyway. So if you had a vasectomy, your pregnancy, like, it would have to be intentional. You would actually have to make the effort to reverse it, which I don't think most people would do.
No. Because he does get it, he's not stupid, and he does understand what I'm saying. Yeah. And he kind of doesn't think he wants to have kids, but the problem is women are unfortunately programmed to get themselves impregnated one way or another.
Yeah.
And that's why I got myself a vasectomy, even as a gay man, because my best friend from high school tried to seduce me. She hopped in bed with me naked, trying to get me to impregnate her because she thought I was going to take care of her. And I'm just like no. And then, it's, I guess they see this as their way of survival, that if they just have a man's baby. I'm not going to say that all women think this way, but if they think that you have a promising future, they do want to actually secure that through marriage or through, getting impregnated. And I've never had sex with a woman, and, but I just didn't want to take the risk.
Are you the guy that used to put out videos?
Yeah, my channel was deleted, unfortunately, so I had to start over. Like, I only have 55 subscribers now.
What was the channel called?
It was called the Anti-Nails Informant, but
yeah. I remember.
My new channel is Life Abolitionism. So
nice. I like that word.
Yeah, it's coincides with the book that I'm releasing on December 15th. I'm trying to promote a new philosophy, which basically is an extension of anti-nihilism, but it's really for those who are already here. Like, after life has been imposed on you, what are you supposed to do with those people?
Okay, that's interesting.
But yeah, look, at the end of the day, I just don't believe that this world is going to be saved because, again, humans are just too divided to come together and fight for a solution. So all you can do is just look after yourself and focus on yourself and find your own way out, I guess.
Well, okay, let me just say this. So we were talking earlier about like the response from the public, right? Which is, I actually have a chapter in my book about the public's complicity. They have, I don't know, they agree with everything that's going on. Like, they're active participants. Even like if you talk about anti-naism or you talk about how the world is so terrible and there's so much suffering, they're going to say that you're whining. They don't want to hear about that. Why can't you be more positive? Like, why do you have to be so negative, right? They don't actually want to address the world's problems. They want to pretend that they don't exist. So
Yep.
when they're actually forced to confront these problems, when it's actually at their doorsteps and they're not able to eat and the economy goes in the toilet, then maybe they will actually have a little bit more empathy and they will actually be galvanized to do. But the problem is, it's going to be too late. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to what's going to happen, because I think, I'm sorry to be so crass, but I think they absolutely deserve it. They completely brought this on themselves.
Yeah. Exactly, because they didn't want to look up and see what's really going on, even though people have been warning them over and over again that, the government doesn't care about them, and that the politicians only work on behalf of their own best interests and not the people.
Right, and they procreate, and they're consumers. They're in their little bubbles, just enjoying life, not really caring about what's happening to other people.
Right.
So I don't see any other, like, the only way they're going to actually wake up is for them to actually see it for themselves.
Yeah.
Like one of the things I always say is that people reject anti-natalism because they haven't suffered enough. They don't have enough empathy to look at other people's suffering and actually, relate to it. They need to actually feel it, and then they're going to wake up. Well,
Yeah.
not necessarily. I would hope that they would wake up, but I think some of these people are so dense that they're still not going to wake up. Like, but it doesn't matter by that point. They're still going to get what they deserve. Like, I think if there are people right now who are suffering and they still don't make the connection, they still don't think, oh, I'm going to stop procreating. Like, what they think is, oh, I'm suffering, so let me have some children to make my life better. Because the child will at least, if you're poor, the child will at least give your life meaning. You would have somebody to validate you, to basically be your slave. And what else do they have? Right? What else do you have besides children? Anybody can procreate, and you can actually enslave someone, and you can actually be somebody as opposed to being a nobody. Being a parent is considered noble in society, especially being a mother. That is almost like a title of nobility. Like, I'm a mother. Like, you don't have to be successful. You don't have to do anything. I'm a parent, I'm a mother, I'm a father. And society rewards it. But that's the reason why I'm writing this book, because I'm trying to create disincentives for procreation, that they need to be shamed and ostracized. They need to have a moral debt imposed on them.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is the conditioning is just too strong, because I mean, all of us, I assume, were there at one point, right, where we believe that, procreation is moral and good and all these different things. So I guess we kind of have to have a bit of grace with them too, because they're deeply conditioned to think a certain way,
Well, and that's fine. There are many anti-natalists who already have children, and that's fine. But it's most of them are just so unrepentant. They just don't want to see it any other way. Like, they're so adamant that what they did was right, that we should have more children. Even my father, on his deathbed, he was dying from cancer. He knew that I was an anti-natalist, and he was still trying to convince me to give him some grandchildren because he feared his own mortality. So,
wow.
that, like, on your deathbed, you're still trying to commit your last act of evil to convince me to have children.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy. Everyone wants a legacy, huh? And that's the thing, though, is that the whole legacy argument, it doesn't make sense, because one, a lot of children tend to turn out differently from their parents anyway, and tend to disappoint their parents and go against what their parents would even want them to do with their life or a career, for example, right? And then two, like, you have no guarantee that your child is gonna end up outliving you. There's so many cases out there of children who sadly pass away before their parents. So this whole notion that having a child is going to guarantee you a legacy is just a pipe dream. It makes no sense whatsoever, and it doesn't stack up to any logical scrutiny whatsoever.
Well, but like, they're actually imposing a death sentence onto a human being, but they don't actually have to think about it if they outlive their children. But when their children's death predates their death, then they have to take more accountability. Like, they actually have to feel that loss. I don't think that it's fair that children have to experience the loss of their parents. Like, we didn't ask for this. Like,
Yeah.
when my dad died, that was the most painful experience. But I guess I set myself up because I chose to participate in that whole spectacle. But I don't think I'm going to do that with my mother. Like, if she, I'm just not going to do it. I know that may seem cruel, but I'm not going to put myself through that. I don't think that it's fair. I didn't ask for this.
Well, I know you've also said that you've also had issues with your mother, right?
I've had more issues with my mother than my father. She was the one who was abusive. She's the one who sabotaged my career. Like, my father was a covert narcissist. My mother's malignant. Like, she's overtly abusive and manipulative. Like, I just can't be around her. Like, I'm so angry because it's so many years that I allowed myself to be manipulated, thinking that she cared about me. And it's like, if you don't obey your parents, you're being disrespectful, right? Like when I was a child, she controlled me physically by beating me. As an adult, she just emotionally manipulated me, like with her hissy fits and it's just like, I don't. It took me so long to realize that what she was doing, like she never cared about me. I just, I'm actually at this point, I'm just angry. Like I feel raised towards her. Like I can't be around her because if I were around her, it would come out. Like I mean, I don't want to say this on his channel. Like I almost want to harm her. I'm not going to say that I will, but I'm not going to act on it. But I'm so angry for all the things that she did to me because it was intentional. I feel like it's almost like she's my worst enemy. Like she was trying to destroy my entire life. I don't know that it was intentional, but I think she just didn't care. Like for her, it was about getting what she wanted always and winning, without ever considering how her actions affected me.
I'm really sorry to hear that, man. It's tough.
I think she has any self-awareness of any of it. She thinks she's the victim. She did me a favor by giving me life. She made sacrifice. What she was a provider, like a man. Like she'll give me money. She'll like give me gifts. But she had no nurturing instincts whatsoever. She was cold and callous. And then she thought that if she was abusive and she gave me money, that made up for it.
That's gnarly.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear about your bad experiences, life abolitionism. Now, with respect, brother, sometimes, I don't mean this harshly, you seem to have had a raw deal, but do you feel sometimes you're projecting that onto everybody else in your dislike of parents when it was just your own parents that were the problem?
No, because I do recognize that my situation. No, I feel like other people have had it. They've had it worse than me, and so
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there are people who have perfectly fine parents and they're very happy with their parents and they're very happy with life. So what I'm saying is this hyper focus that you have on the trauma that you've experienced, it seems to be very much impactful in terms of your worldview and how you view parenting in general. When I would say not all parents were like your mum and dad, and I'm sorry to say, brother, but I do feel sometimes that you let the toxicity of your negative feelings towards your own parents seep out into your overall impression of parenthood. Now, that's just I'm not saying I'm not telling you to stop that, because I don't know what is right and wrong anymore in this crazy world. But what I am asking you is, do you ever question your own projections and your own feelings in this regard, and whether perhaps you could just put them in a little box and realize, yeah, that happened to me, but it doesn't happen to everybody. And not everybody feels the same way as I do. Oh yeah, it was shit, I went through that. But there are other people who are perfectly fine, perfectly happy, and maybe I should try and relate to them, try and interact with them, because if they're happy, they might make me happy, and I can forget about this trauma that I had in the past.
No, because I am a pessimist. So everything that I do is coming from a pessimistic philosophy. So I don't care about the.
Why would you want to make yourself a pessimist, though? Like, you could change that, right? You could just say, "Oh, I'm an optimist," and start looking at life in a brighter view. You definitely have that ability.
Right, but you focus on the worst case scenario so that you actually prevent the worst case scenario from happening. So if I were to focus on positivity, like the best parents ever, then I don't prevent the worst cases. So it's more impactful to focus on the worst cases.
Okay. I'll match you on that. I think of every scenario and every situation, and I'm a very anxious person. I see I'm very safety oriented. Like I see everything happening before, and I could prevent it. But it doesn't necessarily make me a pessimist at all. I would analyze the situation just to be ahead of the game. I wouldn't analyze it to be like, I don't know, scared or something.
No, but you're trying to prevent the worst case scenario, that you get the worst life ever, the worst parents ever, and that is what you're trying to prevent. Now, it's fine if you have a better life, if you have better parents than me, but I actually was listening to a psychologist talking about narcissism, like, and the reasons that they procreate, and every reason that he gave for, that narcissists procreate applies to everybody. All of those reasons were completely selfish, and they apply equally to all parents. There's nothing no reason to procreate that isn't entirely selfish. You can
saying. But there are virtues in life where people are raised to like have a structured, sound reality, and it involves to procreate involves two humans, one male, one female, and so then that's like creates a bond, and then right, like, but that bond's supposed to be strong if you're gonna have a kid. If that bond's weak, then it's like a broken, yeah. So I see what you're saying. But there are people with that virtue though that do grow.
I mean,
yeah. And
I
there's
agree.
a
I
huge
agree. Though, and I agree with
America,
Mimsy. It is
and
instinctual to procreate for women, and it's instinctual for men to have sex. So you're. I think you're being unbelievably neurotic, life abolitionism, in that you're trying to preach to people who will not listen to you. So why do you want to spend your life rowing against the tide, okay, when there are other things you could be doing, such as, you're talking about the worst case scenarios. Maybe you could be trying to work in AI, trying to build some kind of Neuralink to help people with horrible mental conditions or disabilities, or maybe you could be working in counseling, helping people with trauma that you like, such that you went through, etc., etc. Why this incessant need to row against the tide? Do you feel that this is a battle that you're going to win? Do you feel like, well, what are you doing? Brother Marcus says, D&W, I thought you were going. I did as well, and I've actually decided to stay in as of the moment, but if I might go out in another hour, I don't know. We'll see. I was going to go out, but seeing as there's a few here, I thought I'll hang around. Yeah.
I feel like there's enough people doing that. Everybody's doing the exact same thing. There's not enough people actually saying things the way that they actually are. And it's not even just about parenting is one aspect, but then after you're pushed out into society, then you're abused by society too. So there's no way to avoid it.
But you're still looking at the, like, you could find the goodness in reality. You can find the good people and make friends with them.
Right,
there
but you see, the problem is
obstacles.
Focusing on the goodness. The people the forgotten people who have been cast away from society, nobody's talking about them. Like, nobody cares. They're just stepping over them like roadkill. And
they could step into society at any moment, at any time, and change anything.
They're not
just go to the coffee shop, have a coffee. Hey, like, I don't know, like, you could step into reality and no one's like sees your whole world and they're like judging your whole world. You walk up to someone, they just know you by what you're like showing them at that moment. Like, they're not like, you know what I mean? You're not encapsulated in this fucking curse. That's what I'm saying.
But you're not even allowed to express your contentment with society. You have to put on a fake smile. There's
many societies. That's what I'm trying to say. There's many societies, bro. There's tons. And it makes up the whole world.
Right. So I would essentially have to move, but I don't have the financial resources to just pick up and go where.
That could be part of it. That maybe your town. You live in like a really small town in the middle of nowhere, or what?
No, I wish I lived in the middle of nowhere where I could be left alone. I wish I could live off the grid. I don't like. I don't want to be around people who are trying to.
Look at like Idaho, and there's like property for like $4,000. You could put a trailer on that bitch.
Wait, really? $4,000?
Yeah, look at like there's like acres in the middle of nowhere that if you want an acre, dude, they're trying to get rid of that shit. It's like in the middle of nowhere, and you have to drive to the store or like find a way to have all your means for 6 months at a time or whatever.
No, I have massive student loan debt. I can't just pick up and just go somewhere without having
I'm just saying, because you said you wanted to, it made me think about it. That's all.
My situations are so screwed that there's no way. unless somebody just completely bailed me out, I'm not. This is a joke. Unless met a rich white man who's going to marry me, there's no way my life is ever going to be repaired.
Wait, but Isaac, I also want to challenge the notion that you said that focus on the good things, but there's an asymmetry in life between the good things and the bad things in life. The bad things in life seem to have more of an impact and more of an intensity to them compared to the good things. You know what I mean? Like they just seem
Yeah,
to
for
be more
sure. I
intense.
totally get that. But
Yeah,
what does it mean, though?
right. And that like the bads just seem to outweigh the goods in life.
Yeah, because it seems to be more traumatic. Yeah, I get that. It seems to be
Right.
more out of order. It seems to be more memorable because it's not supposed to happen. It's like it's not even in our chemistry and our nature to be this way. We're supposed to be at peace. We're supposed to be harmonic. We're supposed to die naturally. We're not supposed to do this crazy stuff.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And so that's why I understand where life abolitionism is coming from and his pessimism.
Yeah,
and his
JE,
pessimism
what about the phenomenon of life and the fact that it will come into existence? Do you not feel that us as intelligent beings have a job to do here, which is to ensure that life is looked after, that life we find a way to alleviate suffering, and
we must
that
find a way
includes
to prevent
animals as
suffering.
well, and that
Right,
includes
but
life throughout time and space.
No, but we need
Why?
to find a way to prevent suffering, and that's what exactly life
Yeah.
application. Because all of the other things are just downstream problems from the cause.
The way to prevent
The
suffering,
cause of it all
what
is reproduction.
There's also another thing. One of the
I
four
don't think
noble
it is.
truths.
I think
Oh,
the
sorry.
chain of causation starts before reproduction.
well,
I think it's life itself, and I think if you're just stopping procreation now in this eon, well, life could pop up again and again and again, and there's no one to deal with it, and those poor fuckers will have less technology than we do to deal with it.
Okay, look, just
Right,
mate.
but you don't enslaved people.
You can have.
Like,
You should. Hey,
all right, wait.
life.
You guys are talking
You
at the
should
same
read,
time. Go one at a time.
Okay. Sorry, I'll just say it real quick. One of the four noble truths in Buddhism is that suffering is a choice. If you could set your mind and understand this, I think you should read the Four Noble Truths. It's not that long of a book. It's not that bad.
well, it says life is suffering. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't say that it's a choice. Like suffering is inevitable.
No.
Of course.
No. You got to read this book, man.
I mean, it does talk about you can reach nirvana, but it does. No, one of the first noble truths is that life is suffering. That's the fourth noble truth.
Oh, come on, give me a break. I'll tell you what. If you think suffering is a choice, if you think suffering is a choice, Isaac, I look forward to coming round to your house and drilling your teeth and drilling holes in your face and sucking on you and see if you suffer.
Well, that's demonic, and that's not the same, bro. Come on.
Don't give me that bullshit, that nasty bullshit about suffering is a choice. Fuck you for saying that.
Whoa. All right, Danny. Whoa.
There's a huge amount of suffering in the world, terrible suffering.
I'm coming from the perspective of that Jesus on the cross.
Calm down.
There are some people who had no choice about it.
Jesus on the cross.
Fuck Jesus and fuck all that bullshit.
Whoa, okay.
That is the most sick, twisted, evil type of ideology. That suffering is a choice. That's a sick thing to say. And I hope one day I genuinely hope that you are woken up with a huge amount of suffering before
Oh, okay.
Oh no, Danny, come on.
No, you come on.
No, he's right though. That's what I was about earlier.
Thousands of people in this world that have terrible, terrible pain all day long. They have terrible inflictions. There are animals that are in terrible agony, and he has the audacity to tell me that suffering is a choice. That's disgusting.
It's called once you can reach a mental comprehension, you can make this choice.
There are people who don't have the mental ability to do that.
I'm not saying everyone is on this platitude of a mental thing, by the way.
It's not a choice. It's not a
suffering is a choice. If you can overcome anything in the mind, you can overcome.
Hold on, guys. Hold on for 1 second. One at a time now. One at a time.
Let me address
Isaac. No. Let Isaac say something. By the way, guys, Isaac has himself been through a hell of a lot in life. But I understand what he's saying to some degree. But I do agree with Danny in another sense that there
Me
are
too.
people for whom it's not a choice. So I would say there is a middle ground. For some people, suffering is a choice. And some of it is self-inflicted. But for others, it's not a choice.
I was more going on the self-inflicted part and like the mental part. I think the book is more of a psychological viewpoint. I'm not talking about
What book is that?
the people that
Is
are
it the
being
Four Noble Truths or something?
yeah, but I'm not talking about the people that are being abused and like genocided. I mean that's beyond that mental platitude. This is evil working. I'm talking about a mental aspect. So I'm sorry
Right.
that I
Right. So what you're saying is that you can overcome your suffering by your changing your consciousness, but how is that a choice? I didn't choose to be put in a position to have to change my consciousness to overcome the suffering that I never asked for in the first place.
I get that part and I can't explain that part.
Right. So it's not a choice. This is circular logic. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe what the book is saying that is if you can acknowledge this truth, maybe then you can change something. I don't know what the book said. I mean,
I think what the book is saying, life abolitionism, is if you reading it have the ability to intellectualize the points, then you have the ability to choose a way out. But the truth is, not everybody has that ability. Not everybody has the ability to intellectualize the points and understand them. Which is the problem. Now, I would say if you have an ability to intellectualize life and think about it to a greater degree, then I would say whether you like it or not, and I know you didn't ask for it, but whether you like it or not, there is some kind of moral impetus there that you should be trying to help others because you have a greater ability than them. Now, I know a lot of people don't like that because well, I didn't choose to have that, but I just think that's the way it is, whether you like it or not. If you have greater ability, you owe more back to the problem of life.
Wait,
Okay.
but DNW, but there doesn't seem to be any moral. Where's the moral the rule book of the universe saying that we have to do X, Y, and Z? Where does that come from?
I don't know.
No.
When I pulled up, it says the Buddha taught that one can choose to stop suffering by recognizing the Four Noble Truths and following the path to liberation. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. It's more of a mental.
Wait, and DNW, not only that, why is it that the people who choose to be selfish and parasitic and evil, why do they tend to do better in life than those who are selfless and try to help other people?
Because they take
They
advantage
don't always tend to do better.
But they usually do, though. But
not
they
always.
usually
No.
Right.
Again, that's down to intellectual ability. Some of them are very smart and they're able to do things and get away with it. But there's also the emotional part. They may not make other people happy. They may have terrible relationships, so they may not be happy. You're just judging them on material wealth.
Okay. I've actually done content on this about Buddhism. It's called Death Without Dying. So you basically dissociate from the world and you reach a spiritual state where what happens in the material world doesn't affect you. It takes a lot of meditation, a lot of like focus. But I'm not doing that. I'm not going to go through all that effort.
Right. I've done mushrooms for 6 years straight, so.
Why did I do that? What is the benefit of me doing that?
I couldn't tell you. I'm on a path and I'm on a journey and I like it.
Right, but that okay. So
look, you have a choice here. Life abolitionism. You don't have to do anything, but the point is, you don't sound particularly happy. But you know, it's up to you whether you want to do something about that. And yeah, I actually think you have a lot of opportunity and a lot of abilities that other people don't. So I think you have a chance. You have a chance to start appreciating things a bit more.
Well, I want to bring it back to what you said, because my friend, while I was actually out there trying to, fight the system and change the world, my friend was actually trying to get me to meditate, to go to these Buddhist retreats with them. And I thought it was so vain that all this suffering is going on in the world and you're not actually fighting against the system. You're in some meditation retreat. You're not participating in improving society. And I used to believe that we had a duty to make the world a better place. I think if I I mean, so if you are meditating, then you're not actually making the world a better place. You're focusing on yourself. It's completely.
So are you meditating on some level, doing something, or are you helping the world? Because if you're meditating, you could be coming up with something that you've never even thought of before, and out of time. Like you meditate for 10 minutes, it feels like 2 hours sometimes. So, like you might be thinking and wake up with a revelation on how to even do something. So, these meditations, I think, are more valuable than you think.
No,
you apply it to the world.
they're valuable to the extent that you can alter your mind to accept your suffering, to be at peace with it, but it doesn't actually address the underlying suffering. It doesn't change the fact that you're hungry. It doesn't change the fact that you don't have a job. It doesn't change the fact that you're oppressed. It doesn't change anything. It just changes your mind. So if you want to say that the problem is your mind and the problems aren't the actual problems themselves, then you can go focus on your mind. I don't think that my mind is the problem.
Yeah, because that's
Okay, not fixed. What if you had adopted this mindset I'm talking about, and then you applied it to how you move in the world? Wouldn't you feel more free or like optimistic or what? Like I don't know. I
It's
see a
not.
very bright outlook.
It's
Even though
not.
there's a lot of this shit going on, I believe that when I go into town or like say like what's up to someone or like hold the door, I think there's a ripple effect like that. If we just all acted right, why is the world not? But there is the higher power that you're talking about, so I get that too.
Right. The underlying goal is to increase your self awareness, but I don't think that it's helpful for everybody. There are people who lack self awareness who need that to get. I don't think it would benefit me at all. Like my friend did not have self awareness, and those Buddhist retreats helped him. It would not do anything for me.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just throwing it out there that it might be beneficial. Might be. I wouldn't shoot it down. I'd try it once.
Can you tell me how it would benefit? Like, what is that actually going to do to change
I don't
my?
know, meditation for me is like key. When I meditate and I focus and I mean like okay, talk about the most natural blissful high experience that I've ever had is when I could meditate, right? My body will just I mean, I know it's very mental, right? It doesn't change anything. So I see what you're saying. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah.
No, it helps in terms of your emotional regulation. If you are emotionally dysregulated, that can absolutely help you. It's not going to help everybody, though.
No, I see what you're saying now. But
right.
then we're talking about a really higher power because most of us are already where you're trying to be, I think. And then you look at like I'm not spraying a sky. I'm not like making this jab thing in a vial. I'm not, I don't get all this shit. But then there are people running reality that I think that's what you're talking about more.
Wait,
right.
what?
Like your clarity so that you can be at peace with things, but it doesn't change.
It doesn't change that. So we're meeting in the middle there, and yeah, I think it would benefit you, but I don't think it would change what you're trying to change now. Like I think we met right there, and it makes sense now.
I think it would be a waste of time because it would basically be me stopping whatever I'm working on to go focus on meditating without actually doing anything.
But
Right
the
now,
ancients meditated, and they built pyramids that were smart and genius. Sometimes I think if you take time to meditate, you might gather something, like gather thoughts, gather something, gather a feeling, gather a motivation. I don't know. I've had really good meditations. I wake up, I'm motivated. I feel ready to go. So
Right, but
I want you to.
I'm done. I'm gonna go.
Nope.
It's some people. It's not helpful for everybody.
Thank you, Isaac.
Right, but Isaac, at the same time, though, like, how many people do you know actually go out and meditate? At the end of the day, if one person is doing something, that's not going to change what most other people do. Most other people are self-centered and selfish, and they're just trying to make a paycheck day to day. They don't care about trying to make the world a better place. And since that's the mind space that most people are at, the world is never going to change, no matter how many times you, as an individual meditator, try to change the world by yourself.
I'm gonna chew on that. I think that is the higher power keeping them in that mindset to make this happen. So
basically, they don't have free will. Then essentially,
he's right though.
There is oppression and all that. I think it's real. I think like it's a high order of control that they're afraid of us waking up or something, and they like probably the benefits of us working for them all the time. So
Well, meditation would
I'm used
actually
to that
go
if you think of a higher power.
Anybody watching wants to join, please do come and join the conversation, please. This is literally an argument for or against life. It's the ultimate crucible. So do come on here and provide your arguments and help maybe life abolitionism feel better if you know anything. I mean, it's nice to see the comments, but if you are able to, please come on and talk to him as well. SB says hormone therapy, increase your dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, etc. in your system. You will be more productive internally. There you go. So you're getting some love, Isaac. You're doing a good job, says Divine Hazel. She's sending you love. Yeah, on you go, guys.
Yeah, life abolitionism. You're saying?
No, I was just saying that those people who are selfish, who don't have self awareness, meditation would absolutely help them. But I feel
I agree.
Be arrogant, but I feel they would be meditating to get where I am mentally, to accept what is. Like they're so resistant to accepting life for what it is, and I don't think that it would benefit me. I do think it would benefit most people.
Yeah. Wait, I just want to address something in the comments. Farhat from Baghdad said that I said that we should leave animals alone because they're not our responsibility. I didn't say that. I think it was someone else who said that. So that I didn't say that.
Right.
I don't think we should leave them alone. I think we should care and nurture and take care of them, but not eat them. But I was vegan for a year and a half, so
There's a question here from the audience.
But
life abolitionism. Do you enjoy small things about life? Do you enjoy things about life, even small things? Life abolitionism.
I enjoy gardening. I enjoy cats. I enjoy certain recreational activities that I'm not going to say on your channel. But in general, I don't enjoy life. But it's like those small things. It's not enough to make up for all the things that I don't enjoy.
Mm-hmm. But that's why I said, right? There's an asymmetry between the goods and the bads in life. Again, Farhad said, but I said that what animals we should leave them alone because we're not. No, you see, the thing with animals is that it's very complicated because with respect to factory farmed animals, I do agree that we should stop eating animals because these pigs and cows and chickens are innocent and we shouldn't be eating them. But with respect to wild animals, like the polar bears, for example, who are losing all the ice and they'll probably be extinct soon because of global heating. I don't know. That's a very complicated thing, and there's not really much of a solution we can do about that.
Right. So there's a difference between negative rights and positive duties, negative duties. Like even if you were to accept veganism, that you have a negative duty to not harm animals. There's not a positive duty to provide palliative care or to save the wildlife. Like to procreate in order to make the world a better place and to save animals is completely unethical. Like you're enslaving someone to an involuntary existence for the benefit of others. This is something that Immanuel Kant rejected, that human beings are ends unto themselves. They're not means towards somebody else.
He wouldn't have been AN. He viewed life as a good.
Right, but he wrote extensively about parental duties. And yeah, like you have to like how to raise your children properly, leave them, inheritance, and it's not to be so predatory and exploitive that I'm going to have a child so it can benefit society and benefit me. Like, what are they getting out of it? Like, exactly. I mean, I really would like somebody to answer that. What are we getting? So you're going to enslave me to go serve animals? What? How is that different than any other form of slavery?
Can you look? You're entitled to your view. As I said earlier, can you accept that perhaps you are neuroatypical, and a lot of other people think differently to you? I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying, can you accept that other people see this reality completely differently to you? And that is one of the issues. Now, I'm sorry that you can't connect in any way to how they see the world. Okay. But would it be worthwhile spending some time thinking about that and how you can orient yourself in this world where you are perhaps neuroatypical to live a better life for yourself, and stop worrying about what the others are thinking, because there's so many of them. They don't think like you, and they never will.
And they need to pay for it. It just is what it is. They can feel the way they want, but they don't have a right to enslave somebody else in order to serve their ends. Like, and I guess I'm confused because you used to be an anti-nihilist. You used to understand that life was full of suffering. But I mean, from my understanding, you changed your view because you think that we have a duty to serve others and to serve animals. Like, I don't think that is a sufficient justification, especially since you already were coming from a pessimistic worldview. And now you're like...
Yeah, but I'm probably more pessimistic than you in that I realize that you're pessimistic to the degree that you think you're doing anything with your not procreating. My pessimism extends further than that, to the degree where I realize that life is suffering. We are in a hellscape reality. There is a lot of suffering. There's terrible suffering around us. But you choosing to opt out of your procreation or inspiring a few others to do that isn't going to do anything impactful to the problem that led me to AN initially, which is suffering. Okay. Now, I think that us as intelligent beings, as the most intelligent beings that we know of, okay, have a special position, whether we like it or not, in this strange existence to try and deal with the suffering. Now, that means suffering here in this present moment, suffering that could be out there in the cosmos, suffering that may exist in the future. We may well be the ones whose job it is to build some kind of infrastructure that helps alleviate suffering, so that beings who feel like you do not feel that way in the future.
I'm not sure why you would need to actively like promote procreation, because
I'm not saying everyone should procreate. Okay, I wouldn't do that. I think it's something you have to think very carefully about. But I do think we are the conduit for intelligence at the moment and emotional awareness, and we need to therefore think very carefully about procreation. But we also have, I think, a moral responsibility as intelligent beings to somehow help with what you're worried about, which is suffering.
Okay, but the problem is that
why just your non-existent children? Why not children who will exist? For sure, your non-existent children don't exist, never will exist. But what about children who do and will exist for sure?
Here's the thing.
Why not start looking at them as beings that deserve your attention, rather than these non-existent beings that never did exist, never will, and therefore it seems nonsensical and insane to be going on and on about you're doing a good thing with these people that don't even exist, when there are people who do exist and will exist.
There's some logical fallacies here, because anti-nihilism is not going to end the human species. Like, we're a very small percentage of the population.
Exactly. So why go on about it?
So why should we make it?
You hit the nail on the head. It's not going to end the speech. It's not going to solve the fucking problem of suffering. So why go on about it?
Let me finish the point. We're not going to end procreation. So if you want people to continue existing to save animals and to make the world a better place, there are already plenty of people who are procreating to serve that purpose. I'm not sure why there'd be any reason for us to advocate.
Yeah, but you don't. Hold on. The point is, you're saying the reason I take objection to what you're saying is AN is saying it's immoral to create people, right? That's the problem. If you said people should take consideration put real consideration into whether they should be a parent or not, or whether they want to be a parent, okay, that's a different matter. But you're saying it's always immoral to create life. I don't think it is always immoral. I think you could have a different moral framework to say actually it's a good thing. It's an act of hope. You're trying to utilize human force for bettering life in the universe.
It's not about parenting though. Like being a child is only a small like portion of your life. You're going to spend most of your.
I know it is. I'm not saying it is about that, but it's about life itself as a phenomenon. I never said it was about parenting. You did, because antinatalism is the view that it's immoral to create life. Yeah, I'm saying that's harsh, especially when it doesn't address what you're worried about, which is suffering.
Right, you're going to experience most of your suffering as an adult. So they set it into motion. So you have to address the root cause, but it's not your childhood. It's not the parenting that is that's a part of it, but that's only a small portion of it. The most of your suffering is going to happen as an adult. That you're going to age and decline. You're ultimately going to die.
But you say that, and you're right. But you go to any old people's home around the country, you go to any palliative care ward, and you speak to the dying, and most of them do not regret having lived.
Of course they don't. But of course they don't.
So what are you saying? What are you trying to? You're trying to make them regret. Again, it's your neuroatypical way of thinking, and I'm sorry, brother. You have to try and connect yourself to this world, because I like you as a person, but I think you are ostracizing yourself, okay? You are a lovely person. You're a very intelligent person, okay? And I think holding these views is perhaps isolating you further and further from others. Now, you say that's a good thing. I don't think it is a good thing for you, because I think you say you want to be away from other people, okay? But I don't know. I don't quite know. I don't quite know about that.
How many of these people actually want to die, though? That's my question. Go to the elderly and talk to them about, do they actually want to die? Most of them don't want to die. So the only way to prevent death is to not impose life in the first place.
Well, they don't want to die. Well, I don't know. There are some people that are happy. They accept death. They say things like, I haven't got the figures here, so we're both speculating. We don't know the ins and outs of this, right? But there's a lot of people who say, I've lived a good life. I'm comfortable to leave now. Okay. And there's other people that say, look, life has been hard. I'm happy to leave this world. So I don't know. I think some people are quite happy to die, as long as they don't die horribly.
So why is there any difference between killing an animal as long as you do it humanely and they get to be exploited, but as long as you do it in a humane way, then
because that's literally you've pointed out the problem. You're doing it to someone else. You're killing them.
Right, and the parents are doing it to their children.
No, they're not. They're creating life. Okay, that's not killing somebody.
They're creating a life that will eventually have to die. So it's an involuntary death that did not have to happen. And so if you're going to
suppose you could say you could look at the utility and the intention behind it. When people create life, they're not doing it in some sadistic manner to kill it, okay, for some kind of utility. They're creating life so hoping that it will flourish, benefit the individual and benefit society at large. That's different to killing animals, where it's not beneficial for the animal; it's beneficial only for the human.
No, but the people who actually engage in homesteading, they are raising their animals and treating them humanely and giving them a good life, and then they decide they want to exploit them and consume them as a food product. So the same thing with human beings. We're being consumed as products for society, that they want our labor, they want our existence, they want us to come for them, and it validates their entire existence to have more people here. So it's fine if they want to procreate.
We're on the cusp of perhaps AI, universal basic income, and the fact that work could be a choice. You don't have to work. I mean, this is only maybe 5, 10 years, 20 years away, Do you not think that would be a world worth living in?
So why don't you rely on AI to make the world a better place? Why do you need humans to do it?
Well, maybe that's our job, brother, but we're not quite there yet, are we?
Okay, so if we perfected AI enough, would you be okay with being an anti-natalist again?
Well, you see, I've thought about this. If we created AI that could solve the problem of suffering, yeah, well, then there would be no need to be an antinatalist, because the AI would look after your every whim and prevent you from suffering. So therefore, there would be no need to be an antinatalist.
Wait, but DNW, you talk about the problem of life, right? And you talk about how humans are put on the planet to maybe solve the problem of suffering in life, but doesn't that go against the very fact that nature designed life to have suffering in it? So you're kind of ironically going against life by trying to prevent suffering. If you think about
I
it.
don't know your point. My main emphasis is on suffering. My main emphasis is on trying to prevent terrible suffering. Okay. Now, I don't know what your point is. I think we can use tools to do that. We can use AI to do that. And this man is saying, if we get AI to do that job, can we be antinatalist? Then I'm saying, why be an antinatalist if there is AI that is able to prevent suffering? Why be an antinatalist at that stage? Because everybody gets to live a good life. Why would you choose non-existence over a good life? A guaranteed good life.
What is the basis of a non-existent entity having a duty to make the world a better place?
Right, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that again? Why do we need to? Why is it up to us to solve a problem of life when the universe clearly thrives on suffering and wants suffering to exist?
Well, it's not. It's not. I'm not saying this is the law. I'm just speculating that this may be the true morality. And you seem to both care about suffering, yeah. And I'm asking you merely to look around you and see that yes, it is all over this world, and then look beyond the world at the cosmos and look into the future. Look into the great time spans of this strange existence, and ask yourself, are you willing to forego, which possibly the only chance that any life could have? I mean, it's by chance that we're here. This could be the only chance life has as a phenomenon of trying to alleviate suffering. And you're willing to say, I'm not going to take that chance. Now, I wonder whether that's a bit myopic on your part.
Right. The only way you're going to change my mind is if you can convince me that a non-existent entity has a duty to make the world a better place.
Well, of course, there's nobody there. There's nobody to have any duties. That's. I'm not talking about that. These when you create a life, yeah, you're creating someone who will have duties, right? But the non-existent person doesn't have duties. Now, when people copulate and do all these things, like have sex and do all these things, they're doing it sometimes just for fun. Other times they're doing it with a mind towards procreating. Yeah. Now, I'm saying they have a biological imperative to procreate. That's what they want to do. Some of these people, yeah, they want to do. A lot of women feel this urge. Yeah, men sometimes feel this urge as well. And I'm saying there could be a reason given for why it may not be necessarily a bad thing to do. It's an act of hope. Sure, you don't know for sure. You don't know for sure what's going to happen. I agree with that much, but at least there is perhaps a positive angle in it, in that it's not totally selfish. There could be a greater aim, and that aim is the aim to better life and make life livable.
That's
the
not
urge to do what? SB to have a child.
That is not a legitimate justification for a duty. Like, duties are based on your actual conduct. So if I harm someone, I have a duty.
So you're doing all this legalese crap, and the thing is, we don't live in this. This is another problem neuroatypical individuals have. They bring about all these like argumentative frameworks, but we don't live in a rational, logical world, and that's another thing you have to deal with. Now, whether you like it or not, other people are coming at things with different presuppositions, different starting points to you. Okay, and you're arguing this, that, and the other, but by now you should have realized. How long have you been doing this, brother, and how many people have you convinced? How much have you changed the world? I don't think you've changed the world at all. Now, what you could have done is devoted yourself. You're an intelligent person. You could have devoted yourself to computer science, to biotechnology, and who knows what wonderful things you could have achieved. But what you've done is you've rode against the tide with this ideology. without accepting that it is a narrow lens to look at things through, and we exist in a wider system with much more things going on
What
that
on earth
have an
has
impact
happened to
on
you?
this on people's workings.
What on earth has happened to you? Have you had a lobotomy or something? What's been happening to you, TMW?
You
I
don't
have
have
to turn Danny up. No, I'm going to turn Danny up. I'm going to turn Danny up 1 second.
you don't have to use a legal justification. I'm asking you to give me any justification for imposing a duty on somebody who doesn't exist.
There is
So
none.
I've gone too optimistic.
There is none.
LOL, says Brother Marcus. Come up and talk about it, Vodistas. Now, Farhat says he convinced some. Oh, wow. Looked he fucking do. Some.
I mean, but that's insignificant though, because that's entire generations that aren't gonna reproduce, right? BMW. That is significant.
As I said, you have no idea. You have no idea how many people could come into being because of that. As I said to you before, this could be, if you look at it in terms of resources, life abolitionism there has a house or whatever. He's not going to have a kid. Who's going to get his house when he dies? Maybe it's going to be inherited by his sister or his brother or a cousin or niece or nephew or whatever. And maybe they're going to have 20 kids. Okay? Now, he might have only had one kid and given that house to one kid. But when that other person got their hands on his resources, they decided, well, look, I'm going to have 20 kids. So there's no, you don't know what's going to happen, Jay. So stop pretending you have a crystal ball here. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Deal with the real world as it is today, yeah? What can you do about suffering? Okay, you're going to say, oh, I'm not going to create life because that will end suffering. No, it won't. It won't. It won't end suffering.
Right,
So start looking into science, start looking into medicine, start looking into computer science, politics, whatever you want to do. Pick a cause, but you've got a cause that doesn't do anything.
Right, I'm not saying that it's gonna be this perfect solution that solves every single instance of suffering, but I will say that it will take care of a significant amount of it.
Here's the thing, though. I think it's an appeal to fertility to say that you shouldn't try. The same way vegans are such a small percentage of the population, we can say they're not actually doing anything. So everybody, you know, you have a duty to live your life in a way that fulfills your values. So I'm trying to self-actualize and convince people to go along with my ethics. It's not for me to go along with other people's ethics that don't make sense to me. It's not for me to live for the benefit of others when at my peril. I want people to agree with my ethics. It's not, why should I sacrifice my ethics for somebody else's ethics? Like, if
you don't have to. You don't have to. I mean, you could be a man barking away in a what do you call it, in one of those insane asylums, right? In one of those cells where they lock people up in a straitjacket. You can have your own ideology, your own. You can do that, but in the real world, there are other people that you have to deal with, and sometimes we have to bend our will. Sometimes we have to do things we don't like. Sometimes we have to grit our teeth. Sometimes life is a struggle. Sometimes you have to. For something that is better than us, greater good. Sometimes you have to help others push something over the line, even if you're not quite sure about it, even if you don't know whether it's a good thing. And that's just one of the brutal realities of life, brother. You can either sit there barking in your room or join in and try to roll your sleeves up and do something about it all.
But what is the benefit of going along with the grain? Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing the exact same thing. I
don't think they are. I don't think they are. I don't think everybody is fully engaged or fully thinking about reality at all. Life abolitionism. I don't think that's the case at all. I think most people are choosing escapism. Most people are atomized in their strange little echo chambers. Okay, I think you have a duty to go out there and talk to people.
What do you do?
Even if they're not actively engaged, they're still following the people who are actively engaged. They're still a part of the same program. They're not. I mean, I can be a follower, but there's no value in doing that. If you're talking about me, like going along with the program and going along with AI, there are enough people doing that. There's not enough people doing what I'm doing.
Right, but that's
okay.
Well,
look, anybody want to come on and talk? Please do. Link is in the chat.
Right, but this is what I was saying.
I'll stay for another 20 minutes. 20 minutes, half an hour.
Right, DNW. This goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? In that most people just spend most of their time day to day just going to their stupid jobs and doing the mundane survival things that they do, and they don't think about trying to help other people. So people who procreate don't actually do
Well,
much
maybe they
to
do.
help.
Maybe that's why they're going to their jobs, paying taxes, etc. I mean, the problem seems to be, Jay, government. Rather, what are the government doing? What is the overarching power doing here? You know what I mean? That's, to me, is one of the bigger problems, Jay. And you're belittling people going to their jobs. Working is fucking difficult, man. It's not nice.
Right, I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm saying is that, again, we're spending most of our time working for these corporations, and those corporations actually end up doing a lot of harm to them and to the planet. So we're ultimately feeding into a system that just ends up hurting everyone in the long run, if you think about it. And so do the governments, right? Look at the U.S. government, for example, and how much harm they cause to so many different countries around the world.
And I also,
I've already said I don't deny it is a hellscape reality, and it's an uphill battle, and I don't know whether we're going to succeed. Okay, but we have no option. That's how brutal this reality is. We have no. The hell is so bad here. The hellishness is so bad that we have no option but to continue. As Winston Churchill once said, if you're in hell, if you're going through hell, keep going.
that's a sunken cost fallacy. Like, I just don't agree with that at all. Like, you don't have to keep going through it. You can actually resist. Like,
You're not resisting. You're sitting down on your hands, right? And you're giving up.
I'm giving up on a game that I never chose to play in the first place.
That's fine. As I said, the other way of looking at this, whether it's horrible to look at this or not, if that is your view, fair enough. We live in this strange existence where there is evolution of biology and there is evolution of ideas. Put your ideas out into existence, into the subjective, into the intersubjective zone, as I call it, and let your ideas rattle around and see which ones gather the most momentum. But I'm not a fortune teller by trade, but I can tell you, your ideology, okay, isn't going to gather any momentum.
But there's a problem with that also.
To the degree where it becomes the consensus.
Right. The problem is that you can actually articulate your position without censorship because it goes with the grain. I can't actually articulate what I actually believe. My channel was taken down. I can't actually debate people freely because if I say certain things, I'm going to be censored. So it's not even a fair debate that the other side can say whatever they want. They have a pro-life agenda, but I have to censor myself and hold back. So I don't get to argue as effectively as I could if I were able to speak freely. So you're saying like I'm not effective, but it's like the game is already like weighed in favor of the pro-natalist bias. Like it's not a fair debate. It's not like, oh, because the strength of my arguments are weaker. It's like, no, I haven't even been able to present my arguments because my channel will be taken down, or I can't even stay there on your channel because I don't want your channel.
There was a famous comedian from Northern Ireland once, and people used to say to him like, why did so many people laugh at your jokes? And he said, it's the way I tell them. All right. And I think that's what you have to start thinking about when you philosophize online. You have to think about how you talk about what you're talking about, because there are ways and means of getting any message you want out there if you're careful with your word usage.
I think if I were able to speak freely, my arguments would be more convincing than yours.
Well, as I said, feel free to try. You can write it down. You can use clever innuendo or synonyms to get your message across. But as of yet, brother, and as I said, I really like you. I really, really like you. I just think you're dragging an ideology along that's had its day, unfortunately.
You're saying that before I've even put my book out. Like, it's just like, I'm not sure why
I'll tell you what, I'll read your book. I'll even read chapters of it here on this channel. I will, and I'll do that in good faith. And I'm willing to change. I'm willing to change my mind if I see anything compelling in it.
What on earth has happened to you, DNW? You've lost your goddamn mind. Life abolitionism don't take a blind bit of notice of this bullshit he's coming up with. He knows full well that this life is a madhouse, and bringing someone into the human body is a sick and twisted, mad, sadistic thing to do. if you really think it through properly, right? Even if you're wealthy and even if you live in a good space and even if everything else is in place, just to bring someone into this human body is crazy. It's an insane thing to do. The whole thing, the baby starts crying the minute it comes out because of the trauma of birth, and then it carries on and on and on. And you keep up with your good work, my friend. Don't take any notice of this nonsense he's coming up with. I don't know what the hell's happened to him. He's mad. He's gone mad.
There you go. Dr. Danny.
NCW, but I almost feel like it's treasonous for you to be a former anti-natalist and then for you to like be a turncoat and now you're articulating for a pro-native position. It's just, it's so like, it's such a betrayal.
Well, you know, I'm sorry you feel like that.
And you're betraying all those people who are going to get born. All the
I'm not convincing anybody to have a child. I said think very carefully about it. I'm not saying that people should. I'm giving reasons why it may be moral. It may not be immoral for people to do so, but it's up to them as individuals and their own conscience. I'm not going to
up to them as individuals. Bullshit. It is not up
well, what are we going to do? Put them against the wall and shoot them? I mean, I can't do anything about it.
Yes, they deserve that. They deserve that.
My goodness me.
Absolutely. They start someone's life off for no good reason other than that because of some selfish stupidity that they haven't thought through.
Wait, and that's another point, DNW, is that you talk about us having the obligation to fix.
Well, if we don't have fucking obligations, why do we have an obligation to the non-existent? That's what I say to life abolitionism.
Wait, let me just finish what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that, right, okay, you say you have an obligation to stop suffering, right? And that it's up to us to create different solutions to the sufferings of the world. But one of the messed up things about this reality is that a lot of the time the solutions to suffering end up turning into problems themselves, right?
I agree. It's a hellscape reality. Now, I want to that point I made is serious. Life abolitionism and you, Jay, you said, "Oh, but we don't. Why do we have duties?" Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, if you don't believe in obligations, why is anyone obligated not to have a child?
Okay, I can answer that question because my book doesn't go the approach of David Bennett's heart. It's not about a non-entity. I'm going with the argument of an unjust enrichment, that after you impose life onto someone without their consent, that you owe duties based on your actions. The fact that you impose life on them. Now, society and the life enslavers owe a moral debt to those who they have enslaved.
Sorry, I was laughing at SB's comment there. She said, social experimentalist sounds like he's a 6'5" modern Viking, bellowing down the fucking microphone like Thor, angry as fuck that life exists. You know, there were actually Vikings who, I think they were called deicide. It's deicide is when you kill God, and there was a sect of Vikings who wanted to go to Valhalla to kill God or to kill the gods for creating this world. So there you go. Anyway, sorry, life abolitionism. Could you repeat what you just said?
David Bennett's part is, and most anti-natives are coming from the perspective that you owe a duty to a non-existent entity. I the non-entity problem entirely because I'm saying that you have a duty to those who you have imposed life on them, those who you have enslaved, and you have unjustly benefit or unjustly enrich yourself of their existence at their expense. They bear all the costs, you reap all the benefits. Society, the parents, the government, they reap all the benefit, you pay all the costs. You owe a moral debt. You need to pay me. Socialism, I am entitled to an inheritance. I am entitled to the right to opt out. You owe all of this to me because you and society benefit from my involuntary existence.
Okay. Well, if you got all that, would you be happy?
No, it's not the ultimate goal. The goal is to make it prohibitively expensive to maintain life slavery. But it's not.
They're saying that soon we're going to have free energy and work is going to be optional and everybody is going to be living their best lives. Do you think that would be a worthwhile world to exist in?
No, because we're still going to be controlled by the government.
Okay, there we go. Anarchy is at the heart of your argument, and I fundamentally disagree with anarchy.
Right, because you, I mean, apparently
If you were a true anarchist, you'd let people do what they wanted.
they don't get to inflict violence on people.
Okay, well, listen, guys, I'm absolutely jaded here, and you know, it's been emotional, but I will say we'll come back for another fight another day, all in good faith. But I know genuinely, I'm not actually joking. It is actually a really tough subject to talk about, and I know everybody cares deeply about it, and we all want the best for humanity and for all non-human animals and for life as a phenomenon. And yeah, maybe I'm sorry if you think my views aren't good enough. I'm not convinced that the AN philosophy is workable in terms of a form of inspiration or a form of an instigator of change, you know, in this strange world that we're in, where everybody is having their own subjective experience with subjective views on what is going on. But hey ho, it's a might makes right world. So if you really want to do something about it, get some power, and maybe you can do what you want. But until then, we are mere peasants talking about what is going on, having our opinions, and maybe we're nothing of any consequence. But hey, it's been fun, and I enjoy talking to you about what is going on. Hopefully we will inspire somebody to do the right thing, think of something that makes substantial change for the better. One way or another, I welcome it. If you are right, then good luck to you. If I'm right, I hope I can inspire other people. It's all in good faith. So thank you very much. Any last words, guys? I don't mean that I'm going to kill you. I just mean this is the end of the stream. Life abolitionism. Any last words for this stream?
Yeah, no, I don't have anything else to add.
You don't have anything else to add? Well, you know what, brother? It's been a privilege conversing with you, and thank you for your passion and for your intellect. And I look forward to next time. Social experimentalist. Actually, I'll give you the last word. Actually, is that all right, Jay? Jay, you're next.
Well, I just hope that everyone is able to somehow find some sliver of peace and happiness in this messed up world, and that everyone has a good rest of their week. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that, and I mirror that back to you. And
Thank you.
Danny Shine, aka Social Experimentalist, who sounds like a 6'5" Viking, apparently, according to SB. What would you like to say in closing, sir?
Stop being a traitor, you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you
Yes,
really need
other than me, it's not all about me. I know I'm a narcissist, but come on, there's other people here.
Yeah, but you need to stop being a traitor to the cause. You started off very well over the last few years, and you were standing there as a staunch guard against this evil practice of reproduction, and now you're going all soft and stupid and suggesting that there's some good reason for people. I mean, it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. There is no good reason, and I've not come across one person that has come up with even one slightly good reason to bring someone onto this alive, to make someone into this, bring someone into this human body at this time or any time, but certainly at this time. There isn't. I've never heard one. And so what on earth you were doing, going back on your understanding and start standing up for this natalist bullshit? It's pathetic. Stop it now.
So there we go, guys. We have Social Experimentalist. If you want to go look at his channel, go and look at it. He's got a few books out and stuff, so you can take a look at his arguments. And Life Abolitionism too. He has a channel, so go and check that out. And think what you like. You know, you make the choice for yourselves. Farhat says they ain't never getting over this subject. You got a bit of support there from Youth in Asia, Danny. Yeah, Yeah. AGI and free energy, though, Danny says the poops, but he's been sarcastic. But yeah, okay, guys. It is what it is. Another day in hell. We tried our best. Now, don't take my word for it. Make your own mind up. And there's a lot of passion here. There's a lot of, everyone was coming at me. So maybe they're right. Maybe majority rules. Or maybe there's something else going on. Anyway, take care, everybody. And we'll chat again soon. Bye-bye.
All right, see ya.
Bye.